Hey guys, welcome back to our JavaScript series. In this video, we are going to talk about arrays in JavaScript. Now, just like objects, arrays is a pretty important concept, and the cool thing is that it's dependent upon objects, which means you should have a good understanding about objects. But if you have a good understanding about objects, you will be able to easily understand things in this lecture. Now, objects I already covered in the last lecture, so I will recommend you to watch that video if you have not watched yet, because that is the prerequisite before coming to the arrays lecture. So yeah, let's get started with this video and let's talk about arrays. Now, first of all, let's understand what is array, and then we will see other things about it. So if you see here, the definition says arrays are used for storing multiple items in a single variable or constant. Now, this might sound similar to what we understood in objects, although there are differences. I will talk about that. So you can see objects are collections of key value pairs where the keys are strings and the values can be any data type, and it can be used for storing data together as single entity. So you can see here, we're talking about some collection, basically you're storing things as a single entity in a single variable or constant. The same thing, almost same thing we are saying over here. So what is the actual difference? And what is an array if we have objects then for that purpose? So I will talk about why you can't use objects in some case and why you can't use arrays in some case when we talk about the difference. But for now, let's take one example to understand where arrays are useful. So let's say we have, for example, we for example want to store all the favorite colors. Okay, favorite color a person might have. So let's say I have 5 favorite colors, so I can just go and say favorite color 1, right? And then there I just write my favorite color, that is red. Same I do with other favorite colors, and then I just go on with the fourth color. Let's just end till fourth only. um Now this is how I stored it, right? And you can see I've created different variables and constants. In this case, all of them are constant, but I can just also create variables with for that. But I did that, and that's how I stored a favorite color for a person. But the problem you see over here is again the same as objects. So I had to store it in multiple constants, and I have to name that in a way that they look grouped, although they are not. They are stored in different variables and constants. And then second thing is that it's just a trouble, right? You're doing this, it's gonna cause you a lot of trouble to do this. You have to create as many constants as you want to store. So as many colors as you want to store, you have to create that many constants and constants and variables. And that is where arrays are helpful. Now I will show you how you can do the same thing in arrays. But before that, let's actually see how you can create an array. Now see, there are two syntax for creating an array. One is literal syntax and another one is constructor syntax. So let's talk about literal syntax first. Again, you can see literal syntax and the constructor syntax, both were the ways in JavaScript objects as well. And the same happens with array as well. You have two ways for that. So let's first of all see literal syntax. So see here, what you have to do, you just have to say const array, and then I will just, by the way, disable this podium. I don't want this to interrupt in between again and again. Um, that's it. Now I will just talk about this. So what you can do, you can actually go and say for the literal syntax, you first of all create a constant or variable in which the whole array is going to be stored. And then you need to give square brackets. So if you remember, there we were giving curly braces. Now here we are giving square bracket. That is the only difference. In creation, obviously there are a lot of differences. When we come to the actual functional differences, there will be a lot of differences, but in the syntax you can see the only difference in literal syntax is here we used um, the object syntax, sorry, the curly braces, and here we use the square bracket syntax. Now let's go and talk about constructor syntax. So constructor syntax for this will be something like this. So just like for the object, array 2. So just like for the object, we did a new object. That's how we can actually do it here as well. So I can just go and say new array. That's it. That will create an array for you. Now you can just go and print these arrays. So I'm just going to say console log array 1, and then I will just print the array 2 as well. Now I will go and copy this and take this to Poker.js so we can run this, and let's see over there. So you can see I got two empty arrays created, right? Now let's actually create some array with some values. So for example, I want to store all my favorite colors. Now I will be using literal syntax for the whole series, and there's a reason for that. I will talk about that later on. For now, the thing that we can understand is that we're going to use literal syntax mainly. So what you have to do here, you have to say favorite colors, and then you just give the literal syntax, which is square brackets. After that, now what you, by the way, let me just fix this. Okay. Now what you have to do, you have to basically go and enter the values that you want to store. So I'm just going to open the objects as well, so I can compare that with this. So you can see here what we're doing. We were actually going and basically uh, adding properties where we were having a property name and a property value. Okay. But here, the thing is that you don't need to create a property. You can basically directly store a value. So you can do something like this, that you can just store these values. So the values are red, blue, green, purple. So I will just say red first of all. Now for the next value, just like in objects, for the next property, we used to give a comma. Just like that, we have to do here. And then I will just say green. Then I will say purple. And then it was blue. So you can see over here, I just stored all these colors inside an array. So this is the array, and this array is stored inside this favorite colors constant, right? So I will just go and basically print the value of it, and you will see the value. There you will understand it. So favorite colors, and you can see all these values are there. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can create an array with some values. By the way, in other languages, array also exists, but the important thing in JavaScript is, so as I said in the variables lecture, JavaScript is dynamically typed, which means once you store a value inside a variable, you can actually store some other kind of value. So you can store, first of all, you can store like a boolean, and then immediately you turn it into storing a string. For example, if I have a variable, let's say let x, I store 4 inside that. I'm storing right now 4. But what I can do, I can go and first of all, I will just print the value. And then what I can do, I can actually go and store some other type of value. Now I can just go and do something like this. This will be fine. I'm again storing a number, a different number, and I can just print that value. It will be fine. The same will happen if I try to store some different data type. For example, if I want to store strings, so in that case, I can just do something like this, and that will also work. Because JavaScript is a dynamically typed language, which means you can store any kind of data type inside that variable. And that is the dynamically typed nature of JavaScript. Some languages doesn't have these behaviors, which means you can only store a particular kind of value in a variable, and then later on you can't change that value to some other data type. You can definitely go and change the value of in a variable to some other value, but that value should match the old data type. And that is the requirement of statically typed language. But as dynamically typed language, JavaScript is dynamically typed language, as I said. So you can actually go and store different kind of value in a same array, which is again something that is not possible in other languages. In other languages, you can create arrays, but when you create arrays, you define the type of items that are going to be stored in that array. For example, if you say that array will store strings, then it can only store a string. It can never store number or boolean or any other type. It can always store a string in that case. So let me show you an example in JavaScript. So if you want, you can do something like this: array with mixed values, mixed data type values. And then what you can do, you can just store a 1, for example. Then you can store false. Then I can store my name. I can store, for example, null. I can store undefined. I can actually go and store some other kind of value. What other kind of values we have? We have, for example, a number only, but like a floating number, and then we have for n begin, right? So yeah, you can store all these kind of values, and then, for example, you can store not a number, infinity. You can store an object itself. So yeah, like basically you can even store an object inside it. So you can just go and say a equal to 2, and you can see I stored an object inside this. Then I can just store a function. So I can do something like this: console log hello, right? And I can store some other values. Even I can store an array inside an array. So 1, 2. So you can see what is happening over here. So I will just format this first of all, so that's more clear. So you can see this is the outer array. Inside that array, you have multiple values. One of the value is number, one is boolean, strings, null, undefined, number again, begins, number, object, even a function, then even like an array inside an array. By the way, this is called multi-dimensional array, right? Multi-dimensional array, which we'll talk about in detail. But yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, you can actually store any kind of value because JavaScript is a dynamic type language. Let's talk about the next thing here, and that is how to check length of an array. So you created an array. Now you want to check how many items are there inside an array. So how you can do that? First of all, you can count manually. Obviously, that is something you can do. But again, that will be a pain. So you have something so that you can actually get the value. And again, man calculating the length of an array manually is always not always possible because sometimes what happens is that you create an array and then later on you change the values in that array. You add new values, you remove values, just like you do in object, right? In objects you can go and add new properties, delete old properties, all that is possible. In the same way, you can do that in arrays as well. So the length of an array can be anything at the end of the day. So you have a way to check it, and the way to check it is something like this. First of all, let's talk about array 1 and array 2. So in that case, what you can do, you can just say array 1, and then you need to say dot, and then you need to say length. So you can see what we're doing. And by the way, this might sound confusing here. I mean, this might seem confusing here because you see what we're doing. We are using dot syntax to actually extract out a property from an array. And that is one of the proof that array in JavaScript is object basically. We will talk about that, but that is the thing, and that's why you are able to access the value of a property inside that array. And see, length is something that you don't create. I didn't define length here, right? What I did is that I just accessed it directly because JavaScript internally maintains the value of this length according to the array length automatically. So you don't need to do anything else. You just need to access that length property on the array, and then you will be able to know the length of that array. For example, in this case, array 1 was empty. So the length will be 0. So I will just go and say console log and I print that, and you can see it is 0. The same you can do with array 2 as well. And again, because arrays are object, you can use dot syntax or you can use the square bracket syntax as well. So you can do something like this as well, and that will also work, right? Now let's talk about the favorite color array. So you see favorite color array has how many items? 4 items. So I can just go and say favorite colors dot length, and that will print me 4. Then we have array with mixed values. This has a lot of values, but you will see how many values it has. It has 12 values, right? So yeah, that is the thing. And by the way, 12 values are these. We are not talking about values of this array as well. We are not combining that, right? Because array itself is a value, and you're trying to get the length of this array. So this array will treat this array as a single item, not as like 3 items inside that array. It's not gonna happen. So if you see the actual length, it will be that only. So 1, 2, 3. This is again a single value for this array. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so there are 12 items as we saw. So yeah, that's one more thing, that it doesn't basically count inside that nested array. It doesn't happen like that. Anyways, that's how you can go and check the length of an array. Now let's talk about arrays are basically objects. This is a very important, very interesting thing to talk about, and this will actually clear uh, a lot of misconceptions you might have in your mind by seeing this kind of stuff. So let's talk about it. Now, when I say arrays are basically objects, one question that might come in your mind is that if that is the case, then why we actually need array at all? If arrays are basically objects, let's just use objects. Why we need arrays? So I will talk about how are arrays different from objects. But before that, I just want to prove the fact that arrays are basically objects. One proof that I gave you was that here you were able to access dot length property. In the same way, you will be able to access some methods as well, which we'll talk about in the array methods. But that is one of the proof that arrays are basically objects. Another proof you can actually get by viewing the array in inspect element. So I will actually go to inspect element here, and then what I will do, I will open the inspect element, and let's go and keep it here and let's open console. Now I will do some things over here which will make it very clear. So here, let's first of all create an object. So I will just create an object like this. I will say a equal to 2, b equal to 3, and I will create this object and get it here. Now what I will do, I will go and print the object, or I can just say obj and that will also display this object here. Now, when you're printing object in inspect element, then you can see here that I can go and inspect the properties inside that object by just clicking on this arrow. And you can see inside that we have A and B over here. There's one more thing which is prototype, which we will not talk about right now. We'll talk about this later on. But yeah, these are things that you can see in that object. Now let's do one thing. Let's go and create an array and then see what happens. So I will just go and create an array, for example, favorite colors, and then I will just enter these favorite colors. So now if I go and say favorite colors, then you will see again, I see this array. Now you see a triangle again here, just like we saw in objects. If I click on that, you might think that it will go and expand the array, but it will actually reveal the internal structure of array. And let's open this. Now you can hopefully see that internally array looks like an object. That is very clear, right? So you can see there's a property called 0, which stores red. There's a property called 1, which stores blue. There's a property called 2, which stores green. Like that, we have all these properties. With that, we have the length property as well, which stores a value of 4. Okay. So, and again, we have some prototype thing as well, which we will talk about later on. But you can see that it's internally an object itself. It's not it's internally an object only. It behaves like an object only. So it's so you can see that it is internally an object only. But there are some things over here which I will talk about. But yeah, you can see that is the thing. And by the way, you can see these properties are basically position of items in the array starting from 0. So the first item has a position of 0. The second item has position of 1, 2, 3. Like that, we have all these items. So yeah, internally, that's how arrays are represented. Now, let's go and see the next proof. The third proof is to use object.values, object.keys, and object.entries. So let's do that. So now if I go and say console log, and now I say object.keys favorite colors, you can see that gives me what? That gives me all the keys 0, 1, 2, 3. By the way, it doesn't give me length, and there is a reason why it is not giving me length. And I will talk about this reason later on in some other video. But for now, you can see it returns me these 4 items 0, 1, 2, 3, which is what we saw in the inspect element as well, that we had 0, 1, 2, 3 here, right? And then if you do object.values, then hopefully you can understand that that will give you the values. And then entries will give you this, right? By the way, you can see one thing, one important thing, that uh, basically you get like an array from these things, which I talked about earlier. But yeah, now we have talked about arrays, so you understand all these things are basically arrays that are being returned. Okay, that is the third proof. The last proof which I will like to show you, and by the way, there can be multiple proofs that I can show you to prove that array is an object, but hopefully these are all enough to prove that. The last one is a very good proof, and that is type of. So if you go and say, const obj equal to a2 b3, then if I try to print the type of obj, you will always see that it's an object. Now seeing this, you might assume that if I say type of favorite colors, then it will print array. But in reality, if we try to do that, it will print object. So let's do that. So favorite colors, and you can see that it gives me object. So yeah, you can see that it is an object, and that's why type of returns an object. Okay. Now you might ask how I can detect if something is an array or not. There's a way to do that. I will talk about that in array methods. But for now, that's the thing, that if you try to use type of on array, that will give you object, not an array. Okay. But anyways, that is the thing. That is the first. That these are the like 4 proofs I've given you for arrays. That that they are basically objects. Now, talking about if they are same, then why we need objects? How are arrays different from objects? What is the thing about arrays that is important in some cases, and in some cases because of that objects are not useful? First thing is that objects are not ordered, but arrays are ordered. Now, this is a very important thing to understand. Now, see, you know what objects have. Objects have properties, arrays just have values, right? Now, objects property has a name and a value. So array just has a value directly. So the thing is that in objects, these properties are not ordered. But in arrays, these values that you insert in the array will are basically ordered. Now, you might get some confusion here when you're understanding about this. So I will just show you some examples which will make it more clear. So let's say you talk about this obj. So you can see I inserted two properties A and B. Now you can see first of all I inserted A, then I inserted B. So obviously you might assume that the order will be the same. If I go and print obj, then it will give me A first and then B. And if you try to do that, it will actually do the same. So if I go and say console log um, obj, and you can see it is giving me A first and then B. So that is good. Then you might think that objects are ordered and the fact that I've written objects are not ordered is wrong. You might say that, but just wait for the important thing to come. Other than that, if I try with arrays, you know that when I try to print favorite colors, it will give me red, green, purple, blue, because that is the order in which I inserted the values, red, green, purple, blue. It will not go and say red, purple, blue, green. So arrays are definitely ordered. But now let's talk about objects are not ordered. This shows you that objects are ordered, but they are not. See, there are some places where ordering will get changed, and that is what we have to understand. So if you, let's say, take example like this obj1. Now inside obj1, let's assume we have some properties here. So let's say there's a property called 1 which stores the value of the shard, and there's a property called 2 which stores the value of wasfani. Now let's assume that we go and print the value of obj1, and you can see it again basically retain the order that in which we inserted the properties. Let's do one thing. Let's go and say obj2, and now what we will do, we will insert these properties again, but this time I will take 2 at the top and 1 at the bottom. Now in this case also you might think that this is what we're going to see. We're going to see 2 first and 1 at the second, because that is the order in which we inserted, and that is what we're seeing from so long, that the order in which you insert is the order in which you will get the object when you're printing it. But let's try this. So if I go and say console log obj2, you can see this time property order got changed. 1 got placed before 2. And that is where the fact that objects are not ordered comes. By the way, this behavior is defined by an ECMAScript specification. So if you search on Google that are the object properties ordered or not, are the objects ordered or not, you might find a Stack Overflow question like this, where you can see the author of the question had the same confusion. So if you see, he created an object. Now he created with var because that question was asked in 2011. So yeah, you can understand that's a very old question. Now, basically, and he inserted prop 1 and then he inserted prop 2. And then he saw the result is like this, that prop 1 is first and then prop 2 is second. Now his confusion is that will the order always remain the same? If so, then is an object ordered? So there are a lot of answers here, but one of the answers which I want to show you is this one. So if you see the answer here, basically the answer says that the old language spec, basically spec before 2015, ES 2015. Before that spec, every browser followed this kind of ordering. Okay, I will talk about this ordering here, but that is the ordering that most browsers follow. Okay, and although they followed this thing, but ECMAScript didn't specify about anything like that. It didn't specify about the order of the properties. It was basically not there in the spec itself. So they were just following this, and most of them were following this thing only. But if you talk about specs from ES 2015, browsers that are following ES 2015 or later ES ECMAScript specifications basically follow this same order, because then the spec started considering this order as the standard one. Okay. Now let's talk about this order here. You can see here that the order says that positive integer keys are stored in ascending order, right? So obviously you know that you can't use number in the keys, but still you can use number in the keys of an object and that will be converted into string. So this basically means positive integers that are stored as string, like this, like 1, right? So this can parse as an int. So all these keys will always be stored in ascending order. Okay. Whereas string keys are always stored in insertion order. So the order in which you insert will be the order in which they will be stored. Talking about symbol names are basically again like stored in insertion order. Now obviously we have not talked about symbol names, but again that's the idea, and that's why this was happening. You see, this was following the order in which they were inserted, but this was not following that order. Sorry, this one, because these were integer values, so they were basically trying to order them in ascending, and that's why you got something like this. So you can see, you can technically define the order in which things are stored, order in which the properties are stored in an object. So you can say that objects are ordered, but I will say they are still not ordered, because see, ordered means that when you put something, it will always stay in that position. So if you stored the property 2 at first and then property 1 at second, then it will always remain in that. So it's not ordered. And then second thing, even though you know the behavior about of this, about browsers and JavaScript engines, you should not rely on this, because if some browser or basically if some node engine is if some JavaScript engine is not following this, then it will be a big trouble. So I will actually go and say that don't depend on this. Objects are not made for storing things in an ordered way, and there is a reason why. I will talk about that reason, but that is the one thing. Now, if you see arrays in comparison, arrays, you already know that if you see favorite color array, that was storing in order, right? But even if I try to store something like 1, 2, all that, then also the order will be preserved. I can show you that. So if I go and say console log and then I will print an array over here, I will say 2 and 1. So you can see, even when we stored 2 first and then 1 after that, the order remained the same. The JavaScript engine didn't actually go and order them in ascending order on its own. It is not doing that. And that is the thing. That's why we say these arrays are ordered, because they will always maintain the order in which you are inserting the items, which is what makes them very helpful. So yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And now let's talk about the next thing here, which is each item in an object, also called a property, needs a name. But that is not the case with arrays. And that makes a lot of sense. For example, if I go into the objects lecture, if I get this person object, let's get this here, const person. So if you see, person is a constant that is storing a single object, and that single object has multiple properties, right? So it's basically, you can say it's storing multiple items in a single variable or constant. That is what you can say. In the same way, if we talk about favorite colors, if I go and say favorite colors, you can see it is doing the same, right? It's storing multiple items in that favorite color constant, basically multiple items in a single array, and that single array is stored in that favorite colors constant. So that is true that they are basically collection of properties, right? Multiple items are stored inside that single constant or variable, but the way in which we are storing differs. Here, you directly enter the values. You directly said red, green, purple, blue. But here, when you're storing a value, for example, name, you have to define a name for that value inside that object. So for example, this value has an associated name called first name. So that name is used to access that property later on. So I can say console log person dot first name. That's how we do it. So the thing is that only, that is the main difference, that when you're storing some value, here we are storing these many values, then you need to associate that value with a property name, right? And that is what allows you to store multiple values in a single object, right? So if you think about it, this object technically can be converted into an array. You can just store all these values in an array. Tushar was funny, 20, male, false, coding, all these can be stored in an array. It's not a big thing. You can do that. But if you try to do that, it won't make any sense. Let me show you why. So if I go and say person, let's say, let's actually go and say person object dot values person. Now, obviously, I just use object.values to get all these items into an array, but assume that you didn't do that and you basically went ahead and just created an array out of all these values. Just to save time, I use object.values. But if you see over here, do you really see any kind of significance of this kind of storage? If you think about this, you don't know what each of these value mean, right? You don't know that this value is basically the first name of a person. This value is the last name of a person. This value is the age of a person. This value is the gender of the person, or, and so on. You don't know that fact, and that fact is very important to understand. So, if you think about it, this kind of situation is a completely different situation where you are storing a value. That value needs to have a name, because you need to convey that what is the significance of that value. Here the significance of this value is that it's the first name of the person, right? But if you talk about favorite colors, now sure, you can do something like this, that you just go and say favorite colors object, and then you just said, okay, you just said, for example, favorite color 1, and then you said what, red, then you said favorite color 2. So I did something like this, but if you think about it, that property name is just not required. If you think about it, we don't need to know that this is your favorite color 1. Why we need to know that, right? We just need to know that these all values are your favorite colors. We don't need to know that this is your first favorite color and this is your second favorite color, this is your third favorite color. That is not required. And that is where you can see that this object doesn't make any sense, just like this array doesn't make any sense. So you can understand that both of these things are made for different purpose, completely different purpose. So you can conclude that arrays are useful to store multiple items, whereas object is used to store multiple properties of a single entity. That's the conclusion I can derive from here, right? So it just depends on your use case. So yeah, and see, because we are using objects for this purpose, and because we are using arrays for this purpose, that's why ordering of arrays are required. So if we think about it, we don't care. Like if first name was after last name, that's fine. We just want to store it somehow. We don't care that first name comes first and then last name comes second. That thing we don't care about. And that is where you can understand that why objects doesn't that why you don't need to care about ordering in objects, right? If you're caring about ordering in objects, then certainly you are not using objects for a good purpose. You should use array then, because arrays are made to be ordered. Okay, so yeah, that is the thing, you need to understand, and that's the real difference between arrays and objects. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense. Now let's talk about the next thing, which is how you can access and modify values in an array. Okay, now before talking about how we can access and modify values in an array, we need to understand a very important thing, which is index in an array. Now, if you know about array from some other language, you know about indexes. But for those who don't understand about indexes, let me give you a quick introduction about it. And then I will also relate this with the object behavior of arrays in JavaScript. So let's talk about this. So see, whenever you create an array, you add multiple items to that array. For example, if I have the favorite colors array, I will just create that. So favorite colors, and then I will just go and get these colors. So now inside this favorite colors array, we have 4 items. So you know that arrays are ordered, which means every element in an array basically has a fixed position. Okay. Now, obviously, you can go and change this position of elements. We will talk about that later on. There are some array methods that can help you do a lot of things inside an array. But let's assume we don't do any kind of that change. In that case, the position of an array element will always remain the same. Okay. So, for example, this red one always is the first element. This blue one is the last element. This purple one is the last second, and this is the green one is the second element. So you can see that array positions are fixed, and that is where the concept of array indexes come. Now let's imagine there's an object and you want to access a property inside that object. That is very easy, right? You can just go and use the property name to access that property inside object. For example, if I have const obj and I say a equal to 1, b equal to 2, then I can just simply go and say, if I want to access a, then I just say obj dot a. That gives me the value of a property. So we are accessing this with the help of property name. In the same way, if I want to access or modify any property inside an array, sorry, not property, basically any value or any item inside array, then I will use the index of that element. Now, let's talk about how to determine the index of any element. See, indexes start from 0. Okay, indexes start from 0. That is the first thing you need to understand, which means the first element will have an index of 0. Okay, and then the second element will have an index of 1. Okay, the third element will have an index of 2. And that is how we will go ahead and determine the indexes of other element. So in this case, the index of red this red value, the index of this first element is 0. This is having an index of 1. This is having an index of 2, 3. Like that, we will have the indexes there. So talking about how to access value at any position in an array. Now, before talking about this, I will again like to take you to inspect element. So basically, I will say const array equal to, or let's actually go and copy this one only, right? So I will just go and copy this and I will just paste it over here. So you can see when I do that, I get the array. Now I just go and print this. Now see, when I do this, you can see the array has, when we expand the array, we already saw that array has these properties, 0, 1, 2, 3, and there's a length property as well. But the main is that it has 0, 1, 2, 3. So hopefully you can understand when array is an object and you can access properties over that object, then hopefully you can understand that the same you can do using index. Like you can consider index as a property itself, because if you see the array internal structure, you can see the property name is basically the index of that item. So red had an index of 0, and that is the property holding that value. So 0 is holding red, 2 is holding purple because purple had an index of 2. So hopefully you can understand that I can do something like this, favorite colors dot 0, for example, or I can do favorite colors 0. Now see, the thing is that this syntax will not work because I already told you that about this in objects lecture, that you can't access numbered properties inside an object using the dot syntax. So this will cause an error. Okay, so this will cause an error. But if I try to do something like this, then it will work. And you can see I get the value of the first index. And that is how you actually go and access the values inside an array. You just need to specify the index of that element. Now, if I want to access the third element, so I can just do something like this. I can just say console log favorite colors, and then I just say 2. That will give me the third property. It might sound confusing that the second index is giving you third element, but that's the thing because the indexes are starting from 0. Okay, so yeah, that's about indexes. That's how you can access a property, access a value inside an array. um and then let's talk about, let's actually take this below. So I'll just take this below here, and let's talk about accessing last nth element. So let's say you want to access a last element. Now one way to do that is to just go and say 0, 1, 2, 3. So what you will do, you will just go and say console log favorite colors, and then you will say 3. That gave you the last element. Now this obviously works, but imagine you don't know the index of the last element. Maybe you don't know what elements are present in an array. In that case, you would not know that, and that is where this accessing last nth element trick will come handy. So let's say you want to access the last element of this array, and imagine you don't know that how many elements are there inside the array. The, the way to do this in that case is to use the length property. Now, if you think about this, length of favorite colors was 4, right? And last element index was 3. So hopefully you can establish a relation. The relation that you can establish over here is last element index will be equal to length minus 1. Okay. So uh, so in that case, you can understand that if I want to get the last nth element, that will also be easy. I can just go and say um, last nth element index, that will be equal to length minus n. Okay. So yeah, that's what we can do. So let's see this. And by the way, this is basic maths. Hopefully you can understand that. Let's go and do one thing. Let's go and say console log. Now I want to access the last thing over here. So what I can do, I can just do something like this. I say favorite colors. Okay. And then in the index, I give favorite colors dot length minus 1. So you can see when I do that, I get the last element of the array. If I want to get the last second element, which is I think purple, yeah. So in that case, I can just do something like this, and you can see I get purple. In fact, I can actually do something like this. I can create last access last nth element. I can create a function like this, which basically takes an array. Okay, so it takes an array and it takes n value, and then what it does, it just goes and returns you back the value of array dot length minus n. So this function will now help you to access the last nth element very easily. Okay, so you can do something like this, and you just say favorite colors, and I want to access the last, or let's say fourth element. So the last fourth element is basically the first element, right? So if I just do something like this, if I console log that, you will see the first one, that is red. Okay, so yeah, we can create something like this. Okay, now let's talk about modifying value at any position in an array. Now you know that from the objects lecture. If you have not watched that, you can watch that lecture. It's a previous lecture, lecture 16. You can watch that to get an understanding of objects. But basically, in that lecture, I told you that you can access the property like this, and if you want to modify that property, you can just do one thing, that you can just say obj.a equal to 4. So basically you can see I access that property first of all, and then I modify it by changing the value. So I assign it a new value. That's what I do. So in that case, now you can just print the value of obj.a that will get changed, and we will get a value of 4. So that's how I change the value of a property inside an object. So if you think about it, the almost same thing I can do over here. If I want to modify the value of, let's say, this first element, I want to make this first element yellow. So in that case, what I can do, I can just go and say favorite colors, and then I just say 0, and then I just go and say yellow. Now after that, so basically you can see what I've done. I've used the square bracket syntax instead of using the dot syntax, but still after using that, I just access the value of that 0 index, and then changed it to yellow. Now I'm just going to go and print that. So favorite colors, and then you can see the value for the first element has now changed to yellow. That's how you can change the value at any particular index very easily. Okay, so yeah, that is something we can do. Now let's talk about accessing the index that doesn't exist at all. Now this is again very similar to objects. So as we understood an object, if let's say I want to if I access something that doesn't exist, it will give you undefined. So if I go and access obj.c, that will give me undefined. It won't throw any error. It will give you undefined. Again, you should watch the objects lecture. I have already covered all these things over there. So if you do the same in the array, if you try to now in the array, there is like obviously you have properties like length, but mostly the thing that comes over there is the index. So if you try to access an index that doesn't exist, in that case, it won't throw any error. It will just go and give you back undefined, which makes a lot of sense because internally array is an object. So if let's say the index 4 is missing over here, that means you are trying to access a property that doesn't exist, which means you will get back undefined. Let's try to see. So if I go and say array 4, in that case, sorry, favorite colors 4, and you can see I'm getting undefined. So yeah, that's the thing. That's how you can see that's what happens. And again, if you go and say favorite colors dot length, that gives you the thing because that property exists. But if I go and say ABC over here, that also gives you undefined because again, array is an object. So even you can access normal properties, not just length. But yeah, that's the thing. That's how you can just go and access a modify the values inside an array. Okay, now let's see how we can add new values inside an array. So see, for adding values inside an array, indexes are again useful. So let's take an example here. Let's say you have an array called ARR and that has 1, 2, and 3 inside it. Okay. So let's say you want to add another value inside it called 4. Let me actually turn off the podium first. I don't want it to disturb. Disable it. Okay. So let's say I want to add a value inside this array at the end of this array. So what I can do here, see, if we talk about objects, now see, I'm comparing with objects a lot, and the reason behind that is because as I already told you, arrays are basically objects under a hood. So whatever things you understood in objects will be applicable over arrays as well, and you will see a lot of similarity in that. And for that reason, I always compare with that. But anyways, let's talk about it. So let's say there's an object called obj, and inside that we have a equal to 1, b equal to 2. Now, we already talked about this in the objects lecture. If you have not watched that lecture, you can watch that lecture. That's the previous one, lecture 16. In that one, we talked about this, that if you want to add a property inside an object, then you simply go and do something like this. For example, if I want to add property D, or let's say if I want to add property C in that object, in this object, then I can do something like this. I can say obj.c equal to 4 or 3, whatever. Now, you can see what I'm doing here. I'm trying to modify a property that doesn't even exist. And that will just create that property inside our object. Let me show you. So I can just go and say console log obj, and that will now show C as well. So that is how we did it in objects. Now let's talk about how to do it in array. Now see, you know that in object, these were the property names, A and B and C. In case of array, the property name is basically the index of that uh, item. So let's say that we are talking about this. So it has an index of 0. So it is stored as a property with a key of 0 and value of 1. So I want to add that element at the end. So you see the ending element has an index of 2. So I will need to add an element at index 3. So what I can do, I can just go and say ARR and I will say 3 and then I will say 4. So you can see what I'm doing is just very similar here. So instead of using the dot syntax, I'm using square bracket because obviously dot syntax doesn't support numerical values. But the thing is very similar here. You can see that's what I did. And basically I created a property that didn't exist before. And now if I go and say ARR, if I print that, then you can see that gives me that fourth element as well. And the cool thing about this is because you are using array, now you might assume that I will need to change the length property on my own, but I don't need to do that. When I go and do this, it will automatically change the length. So if I go and say console log array dot length, you can see it is giving me 4. So it was earlier before this, it would have given me 3. So yeah, you can see it is automatically getting updated. Now, this is all good and it might seem straightforward, but there are some issues with it. And to solve those issues, first of all, we will talk about those issues by the way, but first of all, we need to understand that there is a way, there's a safer method called push, which will avoid creating holes, which I will talk about right now. So we'll discuss about this push method very soon. But let's talk about creating holes. Now, this is one of the problems that are related, that is related with using index for creating array elements. Sometimes what happens is that you skip some indexes, and that is where you can create a hole. Now, see, in this case, you have to manually go and understand that, okay, I want to add an element at third index, and that is why it gave you a good result because you added it at a correct position. Now, see, right now if you see array, it has these elements. Now let's say I want to add another element at the end. So let's say I want to add an element at the end, which is basically, I think, if you see this, the ending element has an index of 3. So the next element will have an index of 4. So what I have to do is do something like this, okay, and that will work fine. But what if I go and by mistake write 5 over here? Now I will first of all comment this. Now if I write 5 over here, you might think that this will give an error, but in reality it will not give any error, okay. But one thing you can hopefully understand over here, that you're skipping an index, you're skipping an index 4, okay. Now if I go and uncomment this, you can see what happened here. And actually I will just write it over here. Now you can see over here, when we check the array, you can see it is giving something like this, okay. Now seeing this array, you might think that, okay, this is all fine. Array automatically gave the fourth index a value of undefined, but that is not the reality. Here you have done something wrong. Let me show you. So let's do one thing. Let's go to console and browser console and see over there. So I will basically go and copy this array. So I will just go and say this. I'll copy that. And then I will just go and add this value. And now I see the array. So you can see what happened is that I got the 0, 1, 2, 3. These are the properties that are there. Now what I do here, I just go and say array 5 equal to 5. Now here I'm skipping index 4. Now if I go and say ARR here, you can see, you can clearly see that it is empty at 4th index, okay. And when I expand it, you will see something really strange. The thing that is happening over here is that the property for that 4th index is not there at all. So this might sound okay, but it is not. There are some issues that are associated with it. I will talk about that. But before that, you hopefully can understand over here that the property is completely skipped for that index. Although one thing you can see, the length is still good and the length is basically 6, which is what you will expect because you have 5, you have elements up to 5 index. So it's basically 6 elements, including the empty element, but it is definitely not undefined. Okay. Coca.js was showing you undefined over here. But and actually, if you try to, go and say ARR4, that also gives you undefined, but this undefined is coming because the property doesn't exist. It is not like that you have that property and that property value is undefined. It is not like that. The property itself doesn't exist in this object. And that is the issue that happens if you try to create holes. Now, there are two things that happen with this. First of all, it has negative impact on performance. See, browsers or any JavaScript engine implements arrays. Now, when they're implementing array, they definitely go and create some optimizations on that, which basically make them better for some use cases than objects. So the thing is that when you're doing things like this, now again, it will completely depend on the implementation, how they have implemented it on the code level, but it might happen that it will remove the optimizations provided by the engine and it will negatively impact the performance for that reason. Okay. So I will always say to avoid that. And the second issue is basically the consistency that you will see between array methods. Now we'll talk about array methods, as I said in this lecture, very soon. But the thing that will happen is that array methods are basically some array methods actually consider holes as elements, whereas some array methods ignore them. So you can see there is some inconsistency between array methods, and that will cause a lot of confusion if you're using things like holes. So I will actually recommend against creating holes. And honestly, I don't see any kind of use case for creating holes. But again, if you have any use case, just scrap that use case and avoid using holes. Try to implement that thing in some other way rather than relying on holes. That is not a good thing to do. And the second problem that comes is adding random properties. Now again, that will also go and cause performance issues, okay? Because arrays are not made for that. What I mean by random properties, see, you can definitely go and add values at indexes and even create holes from that. But because arrays are objects, it's just not limited to adding properties, uh, adding index properties. You can also go and add some random properties. For example, you already know that every array has a length property, array.length, that gives you the length of the array. Now, if you have this, you can definitely understand. I can do something like this, array dot, let's say a equal to 4. So here you can see I attached a property called a to this array, because array is basically an object. So I just attached a property a to this array with a value of 4. Now if I go and access that property before I created that, I will get undefined. But if I do it after that, you will see that I will get the proper value. And if you actually go and inspect what is inside that array now, you will see that that array gets that a property inside it. Now see, this might look good, but this is not okay, and it will actually cause some issues. Performance issues might occur. So yeah, that is not recommended to do things like this. Avoid creating holes and avoid adding random properties. It doesn't make any kind of sense to do that. If you are having some use case like this, prefer objects instead of preferring arrays. Doesn't make any kind of sense to me, at least. And then one more thing here, which I would like to tell about. So one interesting thing that we can see here. So let's say if I go to adding, accessing, modifying. So we didn't talk about modifying length. See, you already know that length is automatically modified by array itself when you add any item to the array. That's what we understood. But what if we go and modify the length on our own? So, for example, here, favorite colors that had some length, I will just first of all print that length over here. And then what I will do, I will just go and say favorite colors dot, I'll say length. Actually, I should say here, favorite colors dot, actually, let's keep it here. And then above that, I will just go and um, change the value. So I will change this value to, let's say, 100. Now we need to see if the value will actually change. Let's see that. And actually one more thing before that, let's see what is the length of the array after we added this a property. Okay. So if I go and check the length here, you can see it is 6. So basically the length has still not changed. The length is still 6. It has not changed to 7 because you didn't added any index. You didn't added property at any index. You just added the property at some random property, so it won't increase the length. By the way, one more thing here, you can even go and create very big holes. For example, you can do something like this array, and you can say 500, for example, and then you say 70. Now here, if you try to print that array, you can see basically you have created a very big hole. Okay, you can see it is very big hole, and then you get that property 70 over here. Okay, sorry, not property, but basically the value. And if you check the length of this, it will obviously include that hole as well. Okay, so yeah, that is the thing. Okay, that's not very important to understand, but I just thought that I should also, show about that. Anyways, I will just copy this and paste it over here. And then let's talk about this thing here, length thing. Let's check if it actually changes. So you can see when I do that, you can see the length actually changed. So now you can understand that the length has basically changed. So now if I go and say favorite colors over here, you can see one important and one interesting thing, that it actually creates empty elements. So basically you can understand that these holes over here are literal holes. This is not undefined or something like that. This is literal hole that is being created because you increase the length of it. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. But internally you are not storing uh, like 96 more items. You're not doing that. It is basically empty. Just to prove that, I can even go in here and basically do something like this: array.length equal to, let's say, 400, and then I just go and say array. Then you see these four elements, then you see an empty element or a hole, and then you see five, and then you see 394 empty elements. But if you expand this, you don't see 394 or 400 keys inside this array. You basically see just five keys, actually six keys, that relate to actual properties. Okay, sorry, actual values, and empty or holes are not considered inside an array. They are basically just a representation. They don't really exist inside an array. But yeah, that's it. So yeah, that's all about adding new values in an array. Okay, now let's talk about looping over arrays. Now see, in objects lecture, we talked about foreign loop, which is useful if you want to loop over an object, over all the properties in an object. Now, when you talk about arrays, now for objects, that was the only option basically, but for arrays, there are multiple options. In fact, we have three options with us. Even foreign loop, which are used on objects, are also useful, can also be used. I'm not saying it is useful, but yeah, can also be used in case of arrays, because arrays are also objects. But anyways, let's first of all see how we can loop over an array using for loop, while loop, or do while loop. Now I will show an example with for loop. The same you can implement with other kinds of loop as well. But let's just go and use that loop to go and loop over an array. So let's say there's an array called ARR, and that has these things: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's actually bring it to the top because we will use it everywhere. So now what I want to do, I want to loop over this array using for loop. So what I can do over here is I can just say for. Now here what I have to do, I have to say let I equal to 0, and then I will say I is less than arr dot length than I plus plus. So from this you can understand that the value of I will start from 0, and it will end uh, when the when I is less than array dot length. Like basically when I becomes equal to array dot length, then it will just stop. Which means for this array, if you see the length of this array is what? This is 5. So it will stop at fourth index. It will only loop till fourth index. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So basically it will loop till the end of the array, and each time it will just increment that index. So basically you can use this index to access the element of the array. So I can just do something like this: arri, and then I will just capture the value from this and print it. So I will just say console log, and then I will just go and print this. You can see one by one it will print each value over here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that is the first way to loop over this array. Second way to loop over this array is using for in loop. So what I can do over here, I can just go and say for, and then what I can say, let property in array. Because see, when we loop using for in loop, it doesn't give you back the item, it doesn't give you back the index, it gives you back the property of that object. So in this case, obviously in this case, what will happen is that property will be the index. So you can think about it like this only, but still the syntax is obviously very different. Now, if I go here and say property, you will see it will just put in that property here. So you can see the property is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which is all the indexes that array has, because arrays internally are objects, and each and that object has all the indexes as the property keys. Now I can use that property to access the thing inside that array, the value for each index in that array. So I can just do something like this: array property, and that will give me all the values as well. Okay, that's how I can use for in loop for looping over that array. Now, finally, a new type of loop is also there called for of loop. Now, this is specially for arrays, okay? And this is recommended. See, this is not recommended at all. This is this is mainly for objects, okay? And see, this is not recommended for iterables, and this is recommended for iterables, and this is made for iterables. Now you can say, what is iterables? Don't worry about it. Just understand that array is basically a type of an iterable, okay? And there are more types of iterable that we'll talk about later on, and those iterables are also supported by for of loop. But for now, arrays, if you want to loop over arrays, the recommended method is this. You can also use this. It's not something related to some bad practice using this, but the only problem with this one is the syntax. It's too verbose, and this is too easy to use. And this is not recommended at all. Don't use this. And there is a reason why you should not use it. But anyways, let's first of all see this in action. So I can just go and say for, and I will say const item of array, and then you can see the syntax is quite similar. Instead of in, I just said off. And now what I will do, I will just go and say item over here, and you can see it just printed the items directly. So when I'm looping over this arrays, I'm not getting indexes, okay? I am directly getting the value or the item inside that array, okay? So yeah, if I just go and add another item over here, for example, Tushar, you can see all of them prints that, and this one also does that. So yeah, for of loop is quite simple and simpler than this, and it's very similar to this. Okay, but yeah, always use this for iterables like arrays. Now let's see what is the difference between for of loop. Now, as I said, foreign and for of loop are made for different purposes. Foreign loop is used for objects, normal objects, and for of loops are used for iterables. Now, again, iterables are also objects, but uh, for of loop has some special things for that. Okay, and that is why for of loop is preferred. Now, there will be two examples I would like to show where you will understand that for of loop behaves differently than foreign loop. Now, here obviously you don't understand the difference well. Now obviously there's a syntax difference, but at the end of the day they do the same thing. You get the values here and you get the values here as well. So what is the real difference? So the real difference is visible when you talk about holes or random properties inside array. For example, let's say I go and say array 1, okay, and then I go and say 1 2 3 4, and then here what I do, I just go and say array and array 1, sorry, and then I say 40 equal to 20. Okay, so if I go and print the array 1, you will see that it has these elements, okay, and it has a lot of empty holes, and then finally it reaches 20, which is the last element of this array. Okay, and these are just basically holes. Okay, so yeah, now if I go and use foreign loop over here, let's see what happens. Now you might think that when we will use foreign loop over here, it will print every element, okay? And this loop will run how many times? Let's see the length. So you might assume that this will run 41 times, okay? And it will also go over through the empty elements. But let's see if it actually does that. If I go and say for, and then I will say const property in array 1, and then I just go and say console log property, and then I say console log array 1 property, you can see what happened here. Here, holes were basically ignored. Okay, holes were ignored. Okay, and for that reason, you basically got three properties, or sorry, four properties, 0, 1, 2, 3, 40. And if you think about it, if you really see that array in console, browser console, as I already shown you, you will see that these are the only properties inside that. And see, because foreign is made for looping over objects, it will loop over all the properties, and these are the only properties that the object had. So in that case, hopefully you can understand that we'll just print this, and that's why you can see it is ignoring holes. But if we talk about for of loop, for of will not ignore holes, which means it will execute 41 times. Let me show you. So if I go and say const item in array 1, I mean, I think I have to use off over here, and then I will say console log item. You can see with that, it prints the elements, and then it also prints the holes. It goes over through holes, okay? And then finally it reaches the last element, okay? So that is the thing. That's why I'm saying that for of loop is specialized for these arrays, okay? Whereas foreign loop is specialized for objects. This is covering holes. Holes were not ignored and were given as undefined. Just to prove it was given as undefined, I would like to show you the type of each thing over here. So if I say that, you will be able to see that it's basically number for the first four elements and then undefined for all the elements until the last element, which is also a number. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the difference when you talk about holes. Now let's talk about random properties. Now again, with the random properties, hopefully you can understand that when you talk about this foreign, it will go and loop over, it will even go and loop over those random properties because it considers anything as an object. I mean, obviously array 1 is an array, but still it will be treated like objects because this is useful for looping over objects. So I will just go and do something like this. I will go and print it over here. Let's imagine I have array 2 with let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I just go and say array 2 dot b equal to 6 or 5, array 2 dot c equal to d 4. Okay, so here you can see that I just basically created an array with these things. Okay, so yeah, you can see there are two random properties b and c. Okay, so now let's see what happens if I go and use this. So you can see over here it is basically looping over that random property as well when we're using uh this foreign loop. Okay, so but if you talk about for of, if I go and say array 2 over here, you can see it is not looping over these random properties. It is just looping over the real thing that it has to loop upon, which is the indexes of the array, basically these values. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. That's about for of loop. So you can see for of loop, and see it's just not about these two things, that how it behaves with random property or how it behaves with whole. It's just not about that. For of loop will always be more performant than for in loop when we talk about arrays. Okay, and obviously this will be the most performant loop as benchmarks show. So yeah, always use for of loop when there's some iterable like array. Don't use foreign loops. Okay, but yeah, anyways, that's all about looping over arrays. Let's talk about the next thing, which is multidimensional array. So first of all, let's understand what is multidimensional array. So multidimensional array, now if I talk about objects, we talk about objects, simple objects, and then we talked about nested objects. And that is what multidimensional array is. It's basically nested array. So if array as its value, then that is called multidimensional array. Okay. So let's take some example. For example, we have array, this one, and that has these things 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you can see over here, this is one example of nested array. One more example I can give. So you can see over here, these are two multi-dimensional arrays. Okay, this one has like only 2 dimensions, but this one has 3 dimensions. Okay, first one is obviously this one, then second one is this one, then third one is this one. Here it was just two dimensions. First one is this one, second one is this one. And that is called a multidimensional array. So this is a 2D array. And this is a 3D array. Now, let's see how we can access or modify items inside these multi-dimensional arrays. So it's very easy. I will just go and say, for example, I want to do it in this one. Let's say I want to access this value. Okay. So if you think about this value is stored by this array. Okay. Which is then stored by this array. So first of all, I will need to access this array inside this array. So you see, this array has an index of 1. This has an index of 0. This has an index of 1. This has an index of 2. So I will need to go and access this one. So I will just, do something like this. I will say console log array, and then I will say 1. Okay. And then I wanted to access this one if I remember. So I got this array over here. Now what I can do, now after I get this array, now one way is I can just do something like this, and I will capture this internal array in this constant, and then what I will do, I will go and uh say internal array, and then I will say 1, which will then print this value. That is one way. Okay. Another way is to do something like this. For example, if I want to access, let's say this one, so I will say array, and then second index will give me this, and then inside that first index will give me this. So what I will do, I will say array second index, and then from there I will say one index. You can see I put two square brackets together, and this is obviously possible. I showed you that in nested objects, that you can do something like this when there are nested properties. In the same way, when there are nested arrays, you can do something like this, which is all fine. Okay. Now I just want to show how it looks in browser console, just to make it more clear. Okay. So I will copy this array, go to the browser console, and I will print this. If I go and say array over here, you can see it basically looks like this. If I expand all these, you can see it's basically like a nested object. Okay. This outer object has 0, 1, 2. These are three properties an object has. And then inside that, inside each of these properties, inside a value of each of these properties, you have two more properties. Okay. And so that's why it is basically, in a way, like a nested object. And obviously, because it's an array, you can call it nested array or multidimensional array. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can access or access the values. Now modifying is also very easy. It will be similar to accessing. So if I just go and say array to 1, and then I will say 50, for example. So right now, if you go and print the value of array, you can see that's the value that you see. If I go and do it now, you will see that the 6 at the end, this one will change to 50. So if I go and say array now, you can see it is changed to 50. So that's how you can modify a value. Now adding new values, again, that was also very easy. You can basically go and, for example, if you want to add a value to this array, you can go and say array, and then you just say, for example, here, this one is 2. So 2, and then I want to add uh, add basically an item to this array at the end. So this is 0, this is 1. So I should add an element at second index inside that array. So I will say second, and then I will say what it was. So I will say 7, for example, and I will print that array. You will see that the last array will have 3 elements now, but it is still multi-dimensional because obviously it has nested arrays. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can add new values. And then before we talk about looping over arrays, I just want to show you one example of the ARR1. So I can just, access one of the value. For example, let's say I want to access this. So you see this is 0, this is 1. Okay. So I want to get the value from here. Let me actually see if I can format this. Format. And yeah, this did format it, which is good. So you can see here, this is 0. Okay. This will be 1. This will be 2. Okay. Now I want to access this one. So this inside this array is basically 0. this is basically 1, and this is basically 2. Inside that, I want to access this one. So you can understand that I will say array 1 at one index, and then again at one index, and then again at one index. So I will say array 1, which will give me this in 1 second. And yeah, this will give me, actually I should say array 1. So you can see this give me this one, and then inside that I want this one. So I'll say again 1, and that gives me this one. Inside that I want this one. So I'll say again 1, and that will give me the 10th, the element 10. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can, do it even on more nested level. I won't talk about adding or modifying here because it will be similar to what we have discussed over here. So I won't talk about that. But let's talk about the looping over arrays. That's the final thing we will talk about. So let's say you want to loop over this array. Again, it's very easy. You basically use for of loop. I'll say for const, let's say inner array of array, and then I will say inner array. I'll print that, and you can see it, loops over that array, and one by one prints all the inner arrays inside that array. Now I can also go and use a nested loop. Basically, inside this loop, I will write another loop. So I will say for const item of inner array. So basically, I'm looping over this inner array, and then I'm printing all the items inside that. So you can see it will basically go and print all that properly. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. That's how you can loop over nested arrays. The same you can do with this one as well. Okay. But uh, I just shown you an example for ARR. You can test it on your own for ARR1. But yeah, that's it. That's all about multidimensional arrays. Now let's talk about array methods. So array methods are basically, see, because array is an object, and and any object has some properties and methods on it. In the same way, array being an object has a property called length, which we already discussed. With that, array also has some methods on it, which are very useful. These methods can basically go and do some operations on arrays, and I will talk about these array methods, and then I will talk about some practical applications for these array methods as well, which will make you understand the use of those array methods. But this is a very important thing to understand, so please watch this carefully. Anyways, let's get started. Now see, I will actually recommend to follow this really good page on MDN. Now this is a reference basically to arrays. Okay, so everything related to arrays is discussed over here. I will be using this as a reference while explaining these array methods one by one. Now see, one thing you need to understand, which we will talk about in detail later on, that one thing is class. So see, array is class. So this array, capital A array, this is basically a class. Now see, what is a class? See, class for now you can understand that uh, it helps you to create objects. Okay, so that's what array class helps you to do. So if you see over here, you will see an array constructor thing. Okay, so basically, if you remember, when we were creating arrays, the way to create array was a literal syntax. Okay, so there was a literal syntax where we used to say constant ARR equal to new, like this we used to say when we were talking about literal syntax. Let me get it inside blocks so that we don't get a conflict with other variables or constants of same name. But we get an array over here, we can print the array here, and we can also print the array length, which is all good. Now, there was one more way, which was constructor syntax, which we also discussed, where instead of saying something like this, we used to go and say array equal to new array, and then we can just go and use that array, and we get the length property as well on that array. So see, the thing is very simple to understand here. When you say this, you are basically you're basically initializing a class. Okay, initializing a class. Now see, when you initialize a class, that creates an object, and in this case, object is basically an array. So that's why I was saying that when you do something like this, that will create an array. And that is what is happening over here. This created an array when you did this. So this part is basically the constructor. This is the constructor part. So if you check this, you will see that this is the constructor here. Now the cool thing is that you can actually go and do something like this, or you can do something like this, which means if you want, you can actually go and create an array like this as well. You basically call this class. Now see, this might look like a method, but it is not. It is not a function that you're calling here. You're calling a class. So here you're calling a class. Here you are initializing that class. Okay. Now, the thing is that when you do this, it will again create an array. Let me show you. So array one will be an array, and you can see you can even access the length property on that. So yeah, that's an array, as you can see. Now see, the thing is that you can actually go and do something like this, where you can create an array and define all the elements that it will have initially in the constructor in itself. So what I mean by that, you can do something like this, for example, array 2 here, for example, and I will say new array, and I will say red, or let's actually make it favorite colors. Okay, so favorite colors. So now if I go and print this, you will see that this will basically create an array, and that array will have an item called red at the first index. Let me show you. So if I say favorite colors over here, you can see the first item that you see here is red, and that is what is coming from here. Okay. Now I will directly create arrays and print them. I won't store them in any constant or variable just to save time. So I will say new array. Now here, instead of having only one element, I will, add 3 to 4 elements. So I can say red, I can say green, I can say yellow, and I can say blue, I can say purple, all that. And you can see here, as I'm writing more parameters over here, when I'm creating the array, as I'm writing more parameters, the elements are getting added here. Okay. So yeah, that's one more thing that you can see, that you can do something like this with the constructor syntax. Okay. And then if you see, you can also do something like this. So here what you're doing, you're saying new array 10. So see, seeing this, you might assume that, okay, when I do this, it will create an array like this. But in reality, it won't create this array. What will happen in this case, let me show you. So if I go and say, make it array 2, and then I go and say array 2 here. So basically what will happen is that it will create an array with 10 elements, with 10 empty elements, you can say. So I can say array 2, and you can see that creates array with 10 empty elements. That is what it does. Okay. So hopefully you can understand, it is creating array with some elements, and this is basically creating empty array. Okay. And this is creating array of some length. Okay. One more thing, by the way, if instead of just providing one number, if I would have provided something like this, for example, 10, 20, 30. So in that case, it won't create an uh, array of some length, right? It won't create array of 10, 20, or 30 length. It will create an array with 10, 20, and 30 inside it. Let me show you. Okay. So yeah, just make sure that you understand this. This might be confusing otherwise. And again, this same syntax can be used over here as well. You can directly call the array and do this. But yeah, that's it. That's how you can, create arrays using constructor syntax. Now, why I discussed about constructor syntax over here in this much detail. First of all, I wanted to discuss about these things. And second thing is that when you create an array, doesn't matter you create it with a literal syntax or you create it with a constructor syntax. When you create an array, that array gets some properties and methods on it. Okay. So see, you have to understand some things over here. Now see, array is the class. Okay. And new array, or when you say array, that gives you an actual array. So basically, see this thing over here is not the not an actual array. This is just a class. When you do something like this, or even when you do something like this, then it gives you an actual array. For example, we are doing something like this, it gave me an array. We are doing something like this, it gave me an array. We are doing something like this, it gave me an array, and so on. So yeah, that's the thing. That's first thing you understand. Now, one more thing you need to understand is that this array class contains static properties and static methods. Now we'll discuss about static properties and static methods in detail when we talk about classes in the classes lecture. But uh, this is something that you need to understand. And second thing is, if you create an actual array, okay, that will contains uh, instance properties and instance methods. Okay, that is very important to understand. Okay, now so if you understand this thing now, and actually I will take some examples, then we will be able to move forward. So first of all, we are going to talk about methods that exist on the array class, which are also called static methods. Now see, as I said, these methods, static properties and static methods, exist on the array class, not the array itself, which is very important to understand. Okay. Now, before I talk about this, I would like to talk about array.from, then I will clear that thing. Now, you can just have a look at array.from over here and you can see what it does. So this is a static method that creates a new shallow copied array instance from an iterable or array like object. What that means, see, iterable, I already talked about it, that iterable is some thing that you can is something over which you can loop, right? I'm not talked about iterators in detail right now, but just understand that you can use this static method to create an array from an iterator. Okay, so see, there are multiple iterators that you will see later on. So some iterators over here. First, we can say array. So array is also an iterator. Okay. Second, we have set, and then there is something called string. So string is also an iterator. Okay. What that means is that all these things we can use for of loop to iterate, to loop over all these things. We will talk about this later on. Now, as I said, because these are iterators, you can use for of loop over them. Okay. So basically I can do something like this. So I have an array. Let me take this inside this. I have an array 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And now what I can do, I can simply go and say for const item of array, and then I will just, do this, and you can see it prints the items one by one. In the same way, as I just told, set is also an iterator. We will talk about that later on, but let's talk about string. String is also an iterator, which means you can loop over string. Now see, when you're looping over string, that means you will loop over each character inside the string. So for example, if I take this string over here, let's say, okay, I will take a random string over here. Okay. So if I loop over this string, that means I will loop over each of these, each of the character in the string. So I will say for const character of string, and then I will just print character, and you can see it is working fine. I'm able to use for of loop to loop over it, and I'm getting each character uh, one by one, okay, when I'm looping over it. So the point is that you can use this thing array.from to create an array from an iterator. Okay, so see, what that means is that you can do something like this, array.from, and then you can say 1, 2, 3. So you can see when I do this, is this array.from is taking an iterator. In this case, it is taking an array, and then from that array, it is making an array. Now in this case, it doesn't make any sense, right? Because you are creating array from array, which doesn't make any sense. If something is an array, then why you need to create an array out of it? Okay, it is already an array. So in this case, it might seem useless, but let's talk about one more example. So let's say you have array dot from, and then see, as I said, string is also an iterable. So what I can simply do is I can just use this over here And this will basically create an array. You can see it created an array of length 19. And the cool thing is that it separated out each character of that string as a separate item in an array. And that is where you can see one of the practical aspect of array dot from. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. And now one more thing here, you see we can pass it an iterable value, which is what we were doing here. But one more thing you can pass it, which is optional by the way, and that is map function. So basically what map function is useful for, let me show you. So when you go and say array dot from, and then you say for example this, now you give a map function. So here you can see you get two, you basically can declare two parameters in that map function. One is the value, okay, value, and another one is index. And now what you can do, you can print the index and the value. Let me show you. So I can just say index, and that index has this value. So you can see over here what I'm doing. I'm basically using this array dot from, which is trying to create an array from this iterator, and I'm passing it a map function. So in that case, what it is doing is that it is creating an array, but with that, it is passing each item of that array that is going to be created to me on in this map function. So I'm getting each character in this map function before it is actually stored in the final array. Okay, so you can see that's why I printed each thing in that each thing here, right? So you can see each index and values I printed because of that. Now in this map function, if you see over here what I can do, this function is basically first of all called on every element of the array, and that's why it is being called on every character here. And then if provided every value to the to be added to the array is first passed through this function, and it can return a value that is added to the array instead. So basically that means from this function you must return a value. Okay, that value will be stored in array instead of this value. So right now if you see, I am not returning any value from this map function. So if you ignore this map function, you might assume that it will give you, if I print the array return from this, it will give me something like this. But if you go and print that, you will see that you will get an array, that's for sure, and you will also get an array of length 19, but each element will be undefined. Have a look. You can see each element is undefined over here. Why is that happening? That is happening because you didn't return any value from the map function. When you're not returning any value from the map function, that means it will return undefined. That is what we understood in functions lecture. If you have not watched that, you can watch that lecture. If you don't return a value, it returns undefined implicitly. Okay, so here what I can do, so either I can just return back the value, so that will again give the same array as I saw above, or I can do something else as well. See, this map function is important so that you can customize the value that is going to be put in the array and return some other value. Now here you are not customizing the value, you are just returning that value back, which means the map function here is basically not useful at all. The only use for this might be that you want to print the value with the index. That's all. That is the only thing that it can be used for. So yeah, only use map function when you actually want to customize the value. So here what I can do, instead of returning the value directly, I can just go and return something like this. And even go and say index 0 has value something like this. Now if I go and see the array now, you can see it is returning something like this. Index 0 has value 1, index 1 has value 3, index 2 has value 4. So you can see over here what is happening. It is creating an array, and each item before inserted into the array is getting passed to map function. The map function is checking that item, modifying that item, and returning back the new item that can be inserted in that place. And then you can see we get an array like this. I hope that makes sense. That is the use of the map function in array.from. But remember that map function is optional. Now, from this, I want to show you something very important. See, you can see that you are able to access the from method on the array class. But one important thing over here is that you can't access the array method from the array itself. What I mean is that this is fine. Okay, this is fine, and from exists, and that's why you're getting a lambda. But if you go and create an array here, let's say 1, 2, 3, then if you go and say array dot from, then you will see that it is returning you undefined, which means from doesn't exist on actual array. And that already makes a lot of sense, because if you think about it, these methods that we're talking about is basically static method. As you can see, these are static methods, which means they are only present on the array class itself, right? They are not present on the array itself. And that is the thing you need to understand. Okay. So yeah, that is the thing. That's how you can, go and use array.from. Let's talk about the next static method, which is array.isArray. Now see, this is a very important method, especially because I already talked about this, by the way. If you go and say, let me first of all do something like this. Now, if I go and say type of, let me actually, yeah, let me do one thing. Let me directly say this. So if I say type of this, now we already know that you can't expect this to return array. This will return you object. Okay. So if I go and say this, you can see it is returning me an object. So is there any way through which I can verify if an object is basically an array or not? The way to do that is to use array.isArray. Again, that's a static method, so you can access it only from the class itself. But basically what you have to do, you have to say array.isArray, and to that you can pass any kind of value. Any value will work. Let's say I will pass it 1, 2, basically 12. So in this case, this is not an array, so it will return you false. Let me show you. So you can see it is returning false. What if I pass it a string? So if I pass it a string, you might think that, okay, this will return you an array, or basically it will return you true, because you can convert a string into an array. But in reality, it will also give you false, because if you think about it, you can convert a string into an array using array.from, but when you're checking it, you are not converting it. Checking and converting is a different thing. Here you are just checking it, and array and string is not an array, obviously. That's why you are getting a false. Okay, let's check some more examples. If I go and say array.isArray without a value, that means undefined only, or you can say undefined explicitly as well. That gives you false, because this is also not an array. If I say null, that also gives me false. If I say object A2B3, that also gives me false, which also makes a lot of sense. Finally, let's pass it an actual array. So if I pass it an actual array over here, for example, if I go and say empty array, that returns me true, because empty array is also an array. If I say 1, 2, 3, that also gives me true. Let's say if I go and say array.isArray and I say new array, that also gives me true. Okay. If I say new array 20, that means array of length 20 being constructed over here, that also gives me true, obviously. One more example, I can say red, green, yellow, that also gives me true, because these are all arrays. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can use array.isArray. It's a very important method. Mostly when, for example, let's say you are, implementing a function, okay, and in that function, you expect an array to be passed to that function. For example, let's talk about that function that we wrote. If you remember, we wrote a function. Let me go to that function over here. I think, which one? Accessing. Yeah, in accessing lecture, in accessing topic, we talked about this function that we created. Okay, so there, if you see, if we see, we have to pass an array and a value of n over here. But let's imagine that you basically did something like this. You call this function, and instead of passing an array, you passed, for example, let's say true, and then you passed a number. In that case, you can understand, if I go and print this, you can see it is giving you undefined. Okay, and if I actually go and pass something like this, then it will even cause issues like errors. So you can see it is not a very safe thing to happen, right? You are passing an array, but we are not checking if that array is actually an array or not. So what you can do here, you can just modify this function a little bit, and you can just go and do a check. That check will be that if you that you will say if array dot is array, and then you check that array that the function receives is actually an array or not, and then you can just say not array dot is array. So basically, if this array is not an array, then this if block will get executed. So I will go over here and say console log. I will say you have passed. You have not passed an array. Okay, and then here I will say else. So what you can see that what will happen in this case, and by the way, I will return this back. So basically, if you don't pass it an array, then it will print this, which is what is happening over here, right? It is basically printing you have not passed an array if you see over here. Okay, but if you go and let's say you pass it an actual array, and you can see it is returning you the proper value. Okay, so yeah, you can see how important that array.isArray can be. Next thing is array.off. So basically array.off will create an array from all the arguments that you provide to it. So it's basically like new array only. So if you see, you can basically, you remember that we can do something like this: new array red, green, purple. So this will create an array with these three items. So you can see that's how you can create an array using the constructor syntax with some values. You can do the same with array.off as well. So what you can do, first of all, you can call array.off directly as well without passing it any argument. In that case, it will return you an empty array, as you can see over here. But if you pass it some arguments, it will start adding those arguments into the array itself. So if you pass it 1, it will add that 1 to the array. If you pass it 2 with 1, it will also add that. So you can see over here, the order in which you will pass the arguments, it will add those items in that exact same order when it is creating that array. So this is basically used to create an array from all the arguments that you pass to it. That's what array.off is used for. Now, one thing you can clearly see, if I would have done new array 1 over here, then you can see it will, create an array of size 1. So this creates an array of size 1. This creates an array this. Okay, so that's the difference you can see when you're working with only one value. As I've shown you already, that if you want to just add one value to that array, and that one value is also a number, then in that case this will cause issues. This will actually create an array with that length instead of adding this value 1 inside the array. And so that's why this might be more useful in that case, because this will not create an array of size 1. It will actually go and add this 1 inside the new array that it will create. That's how you can use array.off. So yeah, that's all the static methods that we have. Again, these static methods will only be accessible on the array class itself. It won't be accessible on the array, on the actual array. Now, I will talk about methods that exist on the array itself. So now let's talk about at method. So I will go to here and I click on this one. So if you see, at method basically allows you to take an integer value, and then it returns the item at that index. And the cool thing about this is that it allows positive and negative integers. So see, if you remember, from the accessing values in arrays, there we discuss how we can access an item in an array. We used to use index, right? So for example, if I have an array, for example, const array equal to 1, 2, 3, and 4, then what I can simply go and do, if I want to access this element, then I can just go and say arr1. That gives me this element. Now let's say if I want to get the last element, so I can just say console log array 3, or I can do one more thing. I can just go and say console log array, and then I'll say array dot length -1. Okay, so you can see I can do it like this, or I can do it like this. But in both cases, you can see, so basically in square bracket syntax, you have to pass integer values. positive integer values. And that's the thing about square bracket syntax. And that's where at comes. See, you can use at similar to this. For example, I can go and say array dot at, and then I will say 1. That will give me the value at first index. So I can just print that, and you can see that gives me value at the first index, which is 2. Now, the same I can do, for example, with 3, or I can say array dot length minus 1. That is also possible. But the cool thing is that array.at, dot at supports negative indexes, which means you can basically go and do something like this, array.at minus 1, and that will print the last element. Okay, so you don't need to do array.length minus 1. You just do array.at minus 1, that will give you the last element. Okay, or you can say at minus 2, that will give you the last second element. Or if you say at minus 3, that will give you the last third element. If you say at minus 4, that will give you the last fourth element, which is the first element basically. And then if you say at minus 1, that will, minus 5, that will give you undefined because that element doesn't exist. So that's the advantage of at, that at supports negative indexes, whereas this only supports positive integer values. Okay. Next function is concat. So concat is used to concatenate an array with other arrays. So for example, and see, concat, when you use concat, this doesn't change the existing arrays and it just returns a new array. Now what I mean by that, let me show you. So let's say you have array 1 with these values. Then you have array 2 with these values. Now, if you want, you can go and concatenate both of these arrays. The way to do that is to do something like this, array1 dot concat, and then you say array2. So basically, this will go and concatenate array1 with array2, and all the items of array1 will be first, and then array2 items will appear. So if I, and by the way, this will return a value. So if I go and print the value from this, you can see it is a concatenated array. And by the way, it won't change the original array. If you see, it doesn't change the existing arrays, which means the array 1 and array 2 will still be the same. They won't be changed, is the point. So you can see array 1 and array 2 are still the same. And that's the thing about concat. And the cool thing is that you can actually go and pass multiple arrays to concat arguments. So you can see here, I just, pass one array to concat in the argument list. But you can see you can pass as many arrays as you want. So what I can do, I can just create an array 3 as well with these values, for example, red, green. And then I can simply go and concatenate all of these by just saying array1 dot concat array 2, array 3. So this will concatenate array 1, array 2, and array 3, and array 1 will be the start, array 2 will be array 2 elements will be there after array 1, and then array 3 elements will be at the end. So you can see that's what just happened. Now let's try to see what will happen if I try to change the position. For example, if I go and say array 2 dot concat array 1, then first of all array 2 items are there, 3 and 4, and then array 1 items are basically present. Okay, so the same I can even go and say array 2 dot array 3 array 1. So in this case, array 2 items are present first, and then array 3 items are present then, and then array 1 items are present at the end. So you can see that's how basically you can use concat method. Now let's talk about sum and every function. So see, let me actually go to the documentation. Let's look at sum. See, these two functions are very, very related to each other. Like they have a similar purpose. So that's why I will discuss about both of them together. Let's take an example here. Actually, before that, let's read what sum helps us to do. So if you see, sum actually helps you to test that whether at least one element in the array passes the test implemented by the provided function. Okay, so what that means here, see, sum takes an argument called callback function, which is required basically. Now that callback function receives the element and the index one by one. Okay, so sum will loop over the array. It will call the callback function for each item in the array, and the callback function then has to return a Boolean value. If it returns true, then sum will understand that the condition is satisfied for that item. Otherwise, the condition is not satisfied. Okay. So basically, sum wants to see that at least one element should get the condition satisfied. Okay. And that is what sum is used for. Okay. For example, let's say that there's an array here. Um, let's say 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now I want to go and test this array. And the test I want to do over this array is, for example, is there any element that is more than one? Now, obviously, the array passes this test, but let's just do it. Okay. So I can just go and say arr.sum. Now, what I will do, I will go and provide a callback function over here. This callback function will basically uh, get me the value, or you can say the item, or you can say the number actually in this case. It will also get me the index. I don't care about index, so I can actually go and remove that one, but I will just keep the number, and then I will just go and do what I want to do here. So see, the condition that I want to check for is that the number is more than one. Okay. So I will just go and say number is more than one. So basically, if number is more than one, I will return true from this callback function. And so at that point, sum will realize that at least one element has passed that test, and it will return back true. But if, let's say, no element matches a condition, then it will just return false. So in this case, if I go and do this, you will see that uh, it will return me true. Okay, which makes a lot of sense. One more thing you need to understand over here is that the first element doesn't pass the test. So it moves to the second element. Now the second element obviously passes the test. So at that point, it has two options. Either it will go and return back true because at least one thing got satisfied, at least one item satisfied the condition basically, or it can move forward. Now, if you think logically about this, is there any requirement for moving forward? If it has found a matching element, if it has found an element that matches a certain condition, then why to move forward? And that is what it does. It doesn't move forward. It will stop at that point when it finds a match. Otherwise, it will continue till the ending of the array. And if it doesn't find anything till the end of the array, then it will just return me back false. So I will just prove that here. If I go and console log the number before returning this thing, before returning the result of this condition, then I can understand that which elements I got in the callback function. Okay, so I will just go and console log the number here, and then I will just return back the value as well. So you can see over here when I do that, you can see only 1 and 2. So I loop at the so I get the 1 first, and that returned false. But then I got the number 2. It passed the test, and so the sum stopped over there, and it just returned me back true. Okay. Now let's see what will happen if I say array number is more than 4. Now in this case, the array will obviously fail over here because there's no element that is more than 4. So if I go here and do this, actually let me format the document first. Yeah. So if I go and do this here, number is more than 4, then you can see it looped over every element that was there, but then at the end it just returned me false because none of the element matched the condition, and that's why this is happening. Okay, just to also show the condition was matched at which point, I'm just also printing that. But yeah, that's it. You can see over here it was false for the first element, and then for true for the second one. Here it was false for actually this should be number is more than 4. Yeah, so false for all of them. Okay, that's it. So yeah, that's how you can see array.sum works. Okay. Now let's talk about a practical example. Obviously, this example taught you what sum does, but it is obviously not that practical. So let's talk about a practical one. For example, let's say there's an array which consists of multiple person, and what I want to do is that I want to check if that array has anyone who can actually go and not vote. I want to test if that array contains anyone who is below 18 basically, okay? Because anyone above or equal to 18 can vote. So I want to test if the array has any person that cannot vote. So let's do one thing. I don't want to write that array on my own. So what I will do, I will just open ChatGPT and I will generate an array through that, okay? So I'll just open that and let's generate the person through that. So let's say generate a list of person, generate an example array of person, uh, uh, each person having this shape. So we'll just get the name, right? And we will also get the age of that person, okay? Whatever the age is. So also let's say that the array should have people below 18 as well as people above or equal to 18 evenly distributed in the array. So yeah, let's just say that and it will start generating that array. So I can see so it has started that. And by the way, this is the very good thing with ChatGPT. I think I use ChatGPT mainly for these things because uh, these things are really irritating to, do it on our own. I don't want to write this big array on my own. Let's actually say to go and say that generate like generate 20 or let's say 30, okay? 30 person array. Just so that we have more items to play with, okay? And I will actually get this out of any block. I will like to use it at other places as well. Uh, will make more sense then. So let's do that. Let's let it generate first. So yeah, that is generated. Let's go and copy this and let's paste it over here. Let's paste it at the top. So maybe after, let's see. After this, I think, yeah. So let's do this test and let's see if we can do this with sum. Obviously we can do it, but let's see. So what I will say persons dot sum, and then over here I will provide a callback function. Now the callback function will receive each person, so I will say person over here, and actually I can go and destructure that as well because I just need the age of that person. So I'll just do like this, and then I will just go and say age less than 18. So that will check for the person whose age is less than 18, that is they cannot vote. So if this returns true, then that means we have found the person whose age is less than 18. Let's see. So that does return true, okay? Now, just to show you how many time it looped, let's go and let's see that console log age over here. So you can see it looped just once, like it found the matching element at the start only. So let me just go and modify it a little bit so that it doesn't find at the start. So let's say this is 26 and this is 24. So in that case, or let's just make it 14 only. But yeah, in that case, it will loop over 3 elements because now the first 2 elements were more than 18. So it will loop till the third element. Okay. But you can see it was able to do that. So yeah, that's how you can use sum. Now let's talk about every. Now see, I already talked about this, that every is similar to sum. So let's see every. And I mean, if I even don't show you the definition, you should be able to understand it. See, sum checks if at least one of the item in array matches the condition uh, using the call, like matches the callback function condition. Okay. Or you can say matches the, or you can say like passes the callback function test. But in case of every wants that every element in the array should pass that test. That is what the thing is. Okay. So That is also very easy to understand. And again, I will just show you the definition here. So every method wants that all elements in the array pass the test implemented by the provided callback function. And again, you have to return a Boolean value to tell whether the test has been passed or not. If the test has passed, just return true. If the test has not passed, then just return false. So here, let's take an example. Now, let's take example of this. So this array, I want to check if all the elements are less than 5, which is the case. So if I go and say array dot every, and then I say callback function. Now again, I will receive each item and the index of that item, but I just need the item, so I will say number here, and then I will do the check. So number less than 5. Now this check will pass for every element. So if I go and uh, print that, you can see it does work, and I get value of true back from every function because every uh, item in the array passed the test. Let's consider this one, for example. Now this one over here, if I convert that to every, so I will say array dot every, and then here I will just remove this, and I will say number is more than 1. Now you obviously know that not all the numbers in the array is more than 1. Okay, 1 is not more than 1, for example, in this case. So hopefully you can understand that in this case it will return you false. Let's see that. So console log this, and you can see it returns me back false. So yeah, that's the thing. And by the way, just like sum stops when it finds a matching element, when it finds an element that passes the callback function condition, every stops when it finds an item that doesn't pass the test implemented by the callback function, which makes a lot of sense because if the test is not passed, then why you have to continue? You want that every element should pass the test. So even if one fails, then you don't need to continue. You know the result is anyways false. So yeah, let's just check this. For example, in this case, it will loop over the whole array. You can see it looped over the whole array 1, 2, 3. And then over here, it will not loop over the whole array. It will just stop at the first element itself. So after the first element, it will not move ahead because um, the first element itself failed. Okay, 1 is not more than 1. That's why the first element itself failed. And that is why you see every is stopping. And that is good because I would not want the things to continue for no reason. Okay, and that is good for performance, obviously, especially for bigger arrays. Now, the same situation you can create like a practical situation with person's array, for example, where you can test that if the name, each name is basically more than equal to 3 characters. Okay, so you can do that on your own, I think. I will just continue forward with the fill method. So I will go here and I will say fill. There we go. Let's talk about it. So see, fill method of array instances changes all elements within a range of indices in an array to a static value. It returns the modified array. Okay, so basically this is very important when, let's say, you are creating an empty array using new array. For example, so by the way, I'm first of all telling you where I actually use the fill method, and then I will tell you other places where you can use it. So let's say you created an array like this with let's say 5 elements. So this will create an array of length 5. Now the problem with this is that it gives you an array of length 5, but the array elements are empty, and that is where you can utilize the fill function. So what you can do here, you can just say dot fill, and then you say 1. When you say that, you can see it is basically filling that whole array with values like this. Okay, so yeah, that's one of the thing you can do. Basically, you can fill the array with this value. Okay, and by the way, it just doesn't work with arrays having empty values. It also works with array having some values. So for example, if I have ARR 1, 2, 3, 4, then you will see that if I go and say array dot fill, and I say, for example, 8, then it will return an array with 8 in all the indices. Basically, all the 4 elements will become 8, as you can see over here. Okay. Now, one important thing over here is that when you're using fill method, it modifies the array that you used fill upon. Okay. What that means is that here, if you see, you used fill on ARR. What that means is that this array will be modified. So this array will now have 8 in all the elements here. Okay. So this might look like it's just returning the new array, but it's not returning the new array. It's basically returning the same array after modifying this array. Okay. Which means just remember that this array will no longer be the same. And that's the thing with fill. Okay. So I will just show you that. So if I say console log array, you can see it is actually modified. Also, you can see fill basically takes the value which is required, but with the value, you can also pass two optional things, which is start and end. Now, what that helps with, for example, if you have array 1, let's actually make this array 1 and let's make this array 2. So let's say you have array 2 with 1, 2, 3, 4 again. Now this time what you want to do is that you want to fill this, but you want to start from a particular index. So you can do something like this. You can say array2 dot fill, and then you fill it with, let's say, 5, but you start with let's say the third index, or let's say 2 index, okay, second index. So it will start filling from this index or from this element and will go till the end of the array. Okay. So yeah, if I go and print the value here, or actually I can just, print the array itself, that because it will modify the actual array. So you can see over here that basically filled from this position till the end. Now you can also provide ending, which is also optional again, but you can provide that. So for example, if you have array 3 with these elements, okay, this array has a lot of elements over here, as you can see. Now, if you go and say array3 dot fill, and you basically fill it with 6. Now here, let's say you start with 3, index 3, and then you end at index, let's say 5. Okay, so it will basically replace 4, 5, and 6 with 6. Okay, let me just show that, and you can see that's what happened. Okay, so that's how you can see you can just go and fill an array with some values using the array.fill method. Now let's talk about the next method, which is filter. Now see, filter is basically used to loop over an array. Let me actually open this first. So see, filter basically goes and loops over an array and then creates a new array with just the filtered down elements. Now to filter out elements, it provides you a callback function, which it calls for every array element. And then just like you did in sum or every, you return a Boolean value. So if you return true, then it will include that item in the new array. Otherwise, it will exclude that item from the new array it is creating. Okay. So for understanding this, let's take an example. Let's actually take an example from person's object only. Let's take a practical situation here. For example, you want to get all the person who can vote. Okay. So if you see right now, if you go and print the persons array, you can see there's a lot of persons here. And if you check the length, or let's just keep it here, you can see anyways from this only that there are like how many 30 persons. Okay. So let's say you want to get all the persons who can vote. So what I can do, I can use the filter function. I can just say const persons who can vote, and then I can just say persons dot filter. Now here I call this function and I will have to provide this a callback function, as I said. Now this callback function will get the value and will also get the index. So it will get the item and the index as well. So I will say person here. Actually, I can just destructure and get the age because that's what I want to see. So now what I have to do, I have to basically go and write a condition which returns true only when the person can vote. So I can say age is more than equal to 18. Now, when I do this, what will happen in this case? Before I print the result, and show you what is the final result and how many person were retrieved out, here you can understand what it will do. It will just go and loop over this array persons, and for each element, filter will call the callback function that you provided it to it. Now, if that callback function returned a value of true, it will add that element into the new array it is creating. Okay. If this callback function returns false, then it will not add that element to the new array. So hopefully you can understand that if persons was 30, then obviously persons who can vote, the length of this will be less, because um, you have removed all the people who can't vote. So I will just go and show you that. I can say console log persons who can vote, and you will see that it gives me 16 elements. And here you can see, here you can notice every element, every person age here is more than or equals to 18. Okay. And that is what filter helps you to do. Now, one more thing you can do here, you can just, get a, you can implement a filter method. You can implement filter method in a way that will give you persons who can't vote. So that is something you can do on your own. I will just continue forward with the next function, but I would recommend you to write a function, write basically the filter thing for filtering out all the persons who can't vote. Let's talk about the next thing here, which is find or find index. Again, these two are like related to each other. They are very similar in their operation. Okay. And by the way, filter returns a new array. It doesn't modify the old array, obviously. But yeah, that's something I just wanted to talk about as well. Anyways, let's talk about the find and find index. So I will first of all talk about find, and then find index is very easy to understand. So here, what I will do, I go to find here. So you can see what find does. Find basically goes and returns the first element in the provided array that satisfies the provided testing function. So basically, let's take an example. So let's say I want to find the first person in the person's array who has age of 18, exactly 18. Not more than that, not less than that. So how I can do that? I can use the find function over here. So basically what I do, I just go and say persons dot find, and then I will say here, I will provide a callback function to it, just like I did in filter and sum and every. Okay, I just have to provide it a callback function. And this callback function, I will receive the value and the index just like I received earlier. Now I will destructure the age from this, and I will go and over here, I will say age triple equals to 18. So I just wrote a condition over here that will return me true if age is equals to 18. Okay. So basically, find will call this callback function every time for basically every item. It will call this callback function, and if this callback function returns false, it will continue to the next element and will go forward and call for other elements as well. But if at any point, any element when passed to the callback function return true, then in that case, it will stop there and it will return that item that caused the callback function to return true. So what that means over here is that it will return that person for which the age was equals to 18. Okay. So basically I can say first person with age of 18. Okay. So that will, get me that person, which is David over here. So you can just, go over here and you can see that David was the first person whose age was 18. Now again, other people might also have that age of 18, like Dylan, but it just return you the first person who had that condition satisfied. And that is the thing with find. One more thing you need to understand over here, if the find method doesn't find the matching element, it returns -1. So basically, if for every item, the callback function returned false, that means it was not able to find the required element. So it will just return you -1. As you can see over here, um, it will return you back -1. Okay. Actually, I think there is some confusion. actually find index returns you -1 if there's no matching element, but find returns you undefined. But anyways, that's the thing. So if I go here and say persons dot find, and if I say age, uh, and let me wrap it around this, and if I say age is equal to 100, now you know that there's no element over here that has a person with an age of 100. So if I go and console log this, it will return me undefined, as you can see over here. Okay, so yeah, that's the thing. Now, last thing we need to understand over here is the find index. So see, find index is very similar to find. It basically does the same thing. The same logic applies over there as well. The only difference is that instead of returning the the item itself, it returns the index for that. So if you see the find index, it basically goes and um, returns the index of the first element in an array that satisfy the provided testing function. If no elements that satisfy the testing function, then -1 is returned, and that's why I was confused. Find index returns -1, but find returns undefined. Okay, but anyways, let's go and do this. So what I will say persons dot find index. So I will basically use the same thing. So I will say persons dot find index. So if I go and say console log here, then you will see the index instead of the actual element. So you can see the index 3, which is uh, which is the position for this element. Just to prove that, I can actually go and say first person with age of 18 index, and then I will just go and say console log. I will console log the person at that index, first person with age of 18 index, and you can see that return me David, uh, and you can see that returns me David, which is what I got earlier. I will just print that index as well. So yeah, that's the thing. And again, if I go and say, if I check this one, then it will return me -1 as I've told you. Okay, so yeah, that's it. That's all about find and find index. Now let's talk about the next thing here. The next thing is find last and find last index. So again, this is very easy to understand. I don't even need to go to that page to make you understand this. Basically, this finds the first person, like find finds the first matching element. Find index finds the first uh, index that matches that callback function condition, whereas find last finds the last one uh, that satisfies the callback function. So I will copy this only, and I'll modify it a little bit just to have this there. So find last person, the person's ID who has age, and so here I can say last person which with age of 18, and I can say find last over here. I can say find last over here as well. So you can see when I said find last, so it returned Dylan, which is the last person having the age of 18, which makes a lot of sense. And then here it returned me undefined again because there was no person with age of 100. Whether you start from first or you start from last doesn't matter. And then here I can just say find last index, and that will return me 29, which then returns me Dylan again. So yeah, that's the thing. Let me just make it last. And again, I will make this find last index, but again, this will return me -1 because no matter you start from first or you start from last, it will not get that element. Okay, now let's talk about flat function. So see, flat function, let's go here and let's see that page. So if you see, flat basically helps you to create a new array with all subarray elements concatenated into it recursively up to the specified depth. Now, this definition might not be very clear initially. I will give you some examples which will make it more clear. And by the way, flat takes an optional parameter called depth. Okay, so we will discuss about that as well. Let's first of all take an example here. And by the way, uh, if you don't provide the depth, then it defaults to 1. Just make sure that you understand that as well. But anyways, let's see this. So let's imagine that you have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 56, or like if you see, like this is the array that we have. Now you see this array is basically nested, or you can say multidimensional. Okay. Now when you have these arrays, sometimes what you want to do is that you want to go and remove the nesting thing that is there, and that is where flat can help you. Okay. So it will automatically go and remove the nested arrays up to a specified depth. Okay, so you have to specify the depth up to which you want to remove the flattening. Okay, by the way, this function creates a new array. It doesn't modify the original array. That is something you need to understand. Okay, so let's say I go and say array dot flat. Now, as I said, in this case, depth will get a value of 1 because that's the default value, which means this array would get flattened up to the first level. So first level flattening is this and this. Okay. So basically, if you see, I will print the output, by the way. In the output, you will see it more clearly. So you can see when I do that, it flatten the array up to the first depth. So you can see this array is gone and these are just directly put into the new array. Okay. The items are directly put into the new array and the array surrounding that was removed. And then the array surrounding 56, 7 and 9, 56, 7, 7, 9 was also removed. But then this was not flattened because you specified the depth of 1. Actually, you didn't specify anything. That's why it took a depth of 1. And that's why you see result like this. Now here, you could also, and by the way, I will just show you the array right now. The array is still not flattened. It's not modifying the original array. It's just creating a new array. Okay. Now here, if I say array dot flat 2, then it will even go and remove this array thing. Okay, because it will now go till the depth of 2. Okay, so I will just go here and say console log, and then I will say array dot flat 2. Okay, and you can see it just converted this whole thing with nested arrays into a single dimensional array. Okay. Also, by the way, sometimes what happens is that there's a lot of nesting, and sometimes you don't even know that how much nesting is there. In that case, if you want to go and make that array completely single dimensional and you don't know the depth of the array, okay, so basically you don't know the depth of the array but you want to make it single dimensional array, what you can do in that case? In that case, you can use a value of infinity for flat. So in case of depth, you can just pass infinity here. So you understand that infinity is a type of number, so you can pass it there because depth is a number that you have to pass, and infinity is a very big number, so it will basically go and flatten till the very end, and that is what this is useful for. Okay, so what I can do here, I can just show an example here. So let's say array 1, or let's make it array 2, and let's make this array 1, and then let's do this. Now what I will do, I will create a very deeply nested array. Okay, so you can see here, I've created this very deeply nested array, obviously. And one thing you can notice over here that you can't even basically go and understand the depth. So even if you knew the depth, like if you knew the array that is there, you still can't really go and calculate the depth very easily on your own. Okay, so I'll just go and format this just so that you can see the depth more clearly, and you can see this is how deep it is. So what I can do in this case, I can just go and say array 2 dot flat. But in this case, I will just pass infinity over here, which will go and completely flatten this array into single dimensional array. That's the thing you can do with infinity. Hopefully that makes sense. And that's how you can use flat. So now let's talk about for each method. So you can see, by the way, this also takes in callback function. Okay. Let's go to this. So you can see over here that for each basically executes the provided function, which is the callback function we're passing over here. and it will execute that function once for each array element. Okay, so just like sum and every did, just like find and find index did, just like find last and find last index did, they they invoked the callback function for each element. But in that case, you understand that it stops at the point uh, when it basically sees something satisfy what it actually wanted. Okay, it stops there, and it also expects the callback function to return a boolean value. But here, for each doesn't expect you to return any kind of value. You can return any value, but it will just be ignored. And secondly, it doesn't stop. It will go till the end of the array, and that's why this can be basically used as a loop. Okay, used as a loop for looping over array. Although there are some disadvantage over here which you will see, but basically, for example, if I have a person array only, let's take that only. So I can use for of loop. I can also use for loop obviously, but I will just use for of loop over here just to make it very easy. So I can just say const person of persons, and then I can just go and print the value of person. Or I can just print it a better way. For example, um, person dot name is person dot age years old. Okay. So yeah, you can see it will basically print the string for each of the person as I'm looping over that. Okay. But when we talk about this for each thing, here, instead of doing something like this, we will go and say persons dot for each, because it's an instance array instance method. So we'll directly access it from the person's array. And then I will go and provide it a callback function. So in this case, I will provide it this function. Now, see, as you can see over here, it will give you a value. It will give you index as the second parameter, and it will also give you the array. Okay. Actually, every function that takes in callback function till now accepts basically like actually not accept, actually passes you these three things. Okay. So the same this for each also does. I will just use the value because that's what I care for. So I will just get the person, but you can get an index as well if you want. Okay. By the way, here you can see it didn't give you an index. Okay. But this gives you an index. Although here also there is a way you can use dot entries function, which hopefully we will talk about. Actually, I've not mentioned it over here. I will add it. We will talk about that function as well, which will help you to go and get the index also in case of for of loop. But I will talk about that later on. For now, you can see this is the person thing. And then what I can do, I can just go and console log this. So I will just go and say console log, and you can see I just printed that. Okay. So yeah, you can see that's how for each loop behaves. It's basically behaving like for loop. Only issue over here is that inside this, you can't use break as you can use in case of for of or for loop. That's the only problem with for each loop. Okay, so that's something you need to understand and need to take care of. And as I said, whatever you return from there doesn't matter. You can return anything from this thing. So I can return number, for example, but for each won't return you anything. So if I, take a, if I print console log this, you will see it basically prints undefined because for each doesn't return anything. Okay, that's one more interesting thing to understand. That's what for each loop is for. It's basically used to loop over elements, and it's actually very easy sometimes. So sometimes I also use it a lot of times. But other than that, if you want other advanced things like break, this is a better choice then. Then let's talk about map and flat map. Now see, map and flat map again I have written together because they are very similar, and that's fine. But anyways, let's talk about map first, and then we will come to flat map. So let's search for map. There we go. So you can see map basically creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling end. So basically you can see map also accepts a callback function to which it obviously passes the value, it passes the index, it passes the actual array. And then here, if you remember, for each didn't expect you to return anything from the function. If you return anything, then it will just ignore that. But in case of map, map asks you to return a value, and it will create it will create an array, and it will store that value inside that array that it has created. Okay, so for each element it will call the callback function, it will take the result, it will take the return value of that callback function, store that in the new array it is basically creating. And so map creates a new array from an old array and get the results from the callback function for each element individually. And so the ending array that will be given by map will be equal to the length of the provided array. Okay, let's just go and take an example here. So basically you can see this is one of the practical use you can see here. Let's say I want to create an array from person's object, but that array should not hold the age and name both. It should just hold the name of each person. Okay, so that array will be array of strings, and each string is basically the name of the person. So how I can do that? I can just use map over here. Okay, so what I can do here, I can just go and say let's say persons dot map, and then I will say person over here. Okay, and obviously it also provides me index, but I don't want that, and so I just do something like this, and then I say person dot name. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing. I am providing it a callback function that takes in the person and return the person name. So what will happen is that map will call this callback function provided over here for every item in the person's array, and then it will go and get the return value and add that return value to the final array. So I will just go and console log this, and it will show you that same thing. So you can see over here, it basically created an array of 30 elements, which is what the size of person's array is. And each element here is basically the name of the person. So you can see that's what this can be used for. One more use for this is for transforming shape, transforming shape of object. This is one of the thing I use it for, by the way. So let's say I want to, transform shape of the object inside array. Okay. So for example, I can say persons dot map, and I'll say person. Now here what I can do, I can return an object. By the way, you can see when I'm returning an object, I'm wrapping it inside parentheses so that uh, JavaScript doesn't consider it as function block. Otherwise, it will consider it as a function block. That's why I have to do this. Okay. But anyways, let's go and write it over here. So let's say I want to say full name over here. Okay. And then I'll say person dot full name. And here I can say years old instead of age. And I will say over here person dot age. Actually, I should say person dot name over here. And then you will see that once I do that, you will see that will give me this thing over here. Okay, so you can see I have basically reshaped the objects inside that array. One more use for this is to transform uh, each item of an array to some other type. Basically doing type conversion on each item. That's one more thing I use it for. So let's say there's an array over here. Let's imagine array 1 or array only. And I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make it array 1 only because I think I will use it for flat map as well. So I will need array 2 there. But anyways, here you can see I have 5 elements over here. Now what I want this array, but I want that each element in this array should become a numerical string. So basically, I want each element to become a string that has that number inside it. Okay, so one way to do that is to do something like this. Persons dot map, and then I will say this and say person. Sorry, not I should not use person over here. I should use array 1, and I will say here number, and I will go and add that inside string. That's one of the way. Okay, and that will give me that thing you can see over here that give me the numbers in numbers as strings inside that array. That's one of the way. Another way is to do something like this. So you know about this from type conversion lecture. If you don't know about this, just watch the type conversion lecture. There I discussed explicit type conversion where I talked about this thing. So here you can see it converted that to this. And why I discuss about this use case is because there's an even easier way, and that is to basically remove this whole callback function. And instead of this callback function, you just give string thing. And you can see when I do that, it converts it automatically. So you can see how much code is reduced here when I'm doing this. So hopefully you can understand that how easy and how useful it can be in those cases. So yeah, that's it. And now let's talk about flat map. Now see, flat map is very similar to map, although there are differences, but it's very similar to it. Flat map also creates a new array from the original array, and it goes over all the elements of the array and then creates a new array from that. But let's see the definition first and then understand the difference. So see over here, flat map basically returns a new array, as I said, just like map. And it is the array is formed by applying a given callback function to the each element of the array. So basically you pass the callback function to flat map, and it will go and call the callback function for each of the element of the array, and then finally it will flatten the result returned from each callback function by one level. Okay, so to understand this, let's take an example. For this I would like to open ChatGPT and let's actually generate some data. Okay, so let's say we want, so basically let's say that we want to generate an array of orders with each object having this shape. Let's say we want the shape like this, that will have an ID over here. Okay, and for example 1, for example, and then we will have items over here. Okay, and an example array of orders um, should have 30 items. Let's see, so it will generate it. Okay, there we go. So generate something. Okay, so generated the whole array. Let's go and copy, and let's go here and paste it. So I'll actually paste it at the top. If I need at some other place, I will also use it there, just like I did with the person array. So we'll say orders. Okay, let me remove this. Cool. So that's it. Now actually let's do one thing. Let's take this to Core.js and let's talk there. So let's do one thing. Let's create one more block for understanding about flat map. Now here, let's see what we can do. So what I want to do here is that I want to go and get all the items ordered. Okay, and I want all the items ordered in each order in a single array. So you can see here, each order tells its own items, but I want an array that contains all the items from all the orders. Okay, so one way to do that will be this, that I will go and say items in each order, right? And then I will go and say orders dot map. Let me actually go and turn off Codium. Now here what I will do, I will go and say I will destructure this and get the items, sorry. I think it was items. Yeah, it was items. Now I will return this back. I think I will need to go and put a parenthesis over here. But yeah, once I do that, this items in each order uh will have like each element as an array of items. So basically it will be a nested array. So I will get something like this, and you can see over here, that's what I get. Now see, this is fine, but what I wanted was that all items are directly there in the single array. I don't want multi-dimensional array over here. So what I can do, after this, I can just say items in all orders equal to items in each order. This is the array, right? And I will go and say dot flat. Now when I do that, now here you can see I have not passed anything, so it will do it by depth 1, as we have already discussed about flat. So it will go and remove the multi-dimensional array, and it will just keep everything in a single dimensional array. So let's go and print this. So items in all orders, and you can see over here that gives me all the items directly in the parent array, and that's how I can do this. So you can see over here, first I did map and then I did flat, but there's a better way, and that better way, as you might have guessed till now, is flat map. The name suggests that it basically goes and first of all maps and then flattens as well. So I will go and do this with flat map now. So what I have to do here, I have to just go and say orders dot, instead of map, I will say flat map, and then I will go and say this items, and then I will return the item. So you can see over here, I am also returning items back, just like I was doing here. But the difference is, whatever you are returning, whatever array you return over here will be flattened automatically by the flat map thing. Okay, so you don't have to go and first of all map and then flat. You don't have to do it. So you can see over here, if I print this, it will directly give this result. I will go and say console log, and you can see over here, it directly gave that result. So two things to understand over here. First of all, this is more efficient. This is more efficient because obviously here you're first of all doing a map and then you're doing flat. So if something does it at once, that's obviously more efficient. Here it will do it twice. Basically both will go through and go through whole array again, right? So this is also going through whole array, and then this one is going through whole array. The flat is going through this whole array. So it's better to use this one, which will be more efficient. But one more thing to understand over here, if you see the definition itself, you can see it only does till depth of 1, result by 1 level. It doesn't do it by any level. That is something you need to understand. So it might not always be the thing that you might want to use, but again depends, right? And actually, if you think that you have more nesting, like if you think that uh, your items are nested even more, then you can actually go and manually do flat infinity, okay, which will then go and flat it to 1 level, okay, and then flat map will take care of the rest, okay. So yeah, that's what you can do if you want. So yeah, that's the thing with flat map. Now let's talk about the next array method, which is includes. So let's go to includes here. Okay, let's see includes. So you can see over here, includes basically helps you to determine whether an array includes a certain value or not among its entities. So you can see over here, includes basically helps you to understand if an array contains any item inside itself. It will return true or false, whichever is basically the case. If the item exists, then it will return true. If the item doesn't exist, it will return false. As easy as that. So now let's see an example. Let's say there's an array with us, for example, fruits. Let's add some fruits over here. So you can see over here, I just created this fruits array. Let me go and format it. Okay. Now let's say I want to understand if fruits array contains, let's say mango, for example. So I can just go and say fruits dot includes, and then I will say mango inside it. So basically, this will check the fruits array and see if the item mango exists or not. In this case, the item exists, so it will return you back true. Let me show you. So I can say this, and you can see it returns me back true. But if let's say the item doesn't exist, then it will return false. For example, if I go and say console log fruits dot includes, and then instead of mango I said let's say kiwi, then you can see over here it returns you false. So I hope that makes sense. Now one more thing here, includes does not accept the element you want to search. It also accepts another optional argument called from index. So if you see over here, that from index is a zero based index, okay, which tells that where you should start searching. Okay, that's what this helps you to do. So for example, let's say I want to see if uh, the fruits array contain the a fruit. Let's say for example, I want to check if fruits array contains orange. So you can see orange is there in the fruits array, but let's say I want to see that if the orange exists from a after a particular index. So let's say you can see this orange exists over here. So if let's say I want to search starting from this element, then you won't find the orange over here, because if you start from this, then the orange doesn't exist over here. So for example, if I go and say this item, so this item over here has an index of 2. So if I specify 2 over here, it will start searching from element 2, index 2. And so that means it will not find orange. So you can see over here, when I do this, it didn't find orange at all. I hope that makes sense. One more example I can give you here. Now let's say if I added, let's say here I added peach. Now see, I will actually remove this peach first, and then if I go and say fruits dot includes. Now if I search for peach, it is present in the array. But if let's say I search for peach from index 3, so 0, 1, 2, 3. So from this index, if I search for peach, then that won't appear over here. If I go and say peach 3, you can see it is not there. But if let's say I add the peach at the end of this array, then it basically is there after the third index, which means it will return true now. So the thing is that, see, you can have duplicate items in a single array. Okay, so the point here is about this from index is that it helps you to specify an index from which it should start searching an element. And so if that element exists after that index as well, it will pick up that element. Okay, so yeah, that's one important thing that you need to understand. Now let's talk about the next method over here, which is index of or last index of. So again, these are very similar. Index of and last index of, and even includes is very similar. Basically, you know that includes goes and searches for an element and then returns back true or false. Whereas index of or last index of also searches for an element, but instead of returning true or false, it returns the index where it found that element. Okay, so for example, I will go and take this over here. And by the way, if the element doesn't exist, it will obviously return back -1. Okay, just like find index. One more thing was there, I think, which we learned. Find, yeah, find thing we learned about. So find index also returns -1 if no matching element uh is there. So that's the thing. So this also returns -1 if there's no matching element. But anyways, let's go and do this. So instead of saying includes, I will say index of. You will see it returns me 3, which is basically the index at which mango exists. Same if I do with kiwi, you can see in this case it returns me -1 because kiwi doesn't exist in fruit. Let's take this for example. Here you can see it returns me 1 because that's where this lies. Now again, as I said, index of also accepts from index. Last index of also does. So if I do this over here, it will return -1 because orange doesn't exist after index 2. You can see over here that's what happens. Last this one, if you see, so you can see over here when I do this, it will return me the last index. As you can see, actually return me this one. I forgot about it. So if I do this over here, it will return me index 2. Now finally over here, if I do this, now instead of returning 2 here, it will return me the index of last element because after 2 index, it exists over here, right? That's the thing. So yeah, basically I will say index of, and you can see over here, as it was finding from third index. So after third index, from third index, peach exists over here. So that's why it returned me 7. And yeah, that's how like you can use last index of as well. Last index of will return the last index of the element. For example, if I apply last index of here, then will still return me 1, because orange only exists at 1 index. You can start from start, you can start from end, doesn't matter. It will still be at index 1. So if I go and say last index of, that will also return me index 1. But if you see over here, if you see with peach, now if I do this last index of with peach, it will then return you 7, because in that case, the last index of basically checks from the end, and from the end, if you check, peach lies at 7th index. So that's why it will return 7. I'm going to paste it over here, and you can see it returns you 7. So yeah, that's how you can go and use index of and last index of. Now let's talk about join. Now I will go here and search for join. There we go. So you can see over here, join basically helps you to creates and returns a new string by concatenating all of the elements in the array separated by commas or a specified separator string. If the array has only one item, then that item will be returned without using the separator. So here if you see, join method will basically combine all the array elements and return a string containing all the array elements. And it basically goes and separates that array elements using a separator that you can specify. But by the way, separator is optional, which means you can even go and ignore it. So I will actually put it in square brackets, which means it's optional. But if it's optional, then the default value will be comma. So each element will be joined by a comma. Let me show you an example here. For example, if I go and say this, now I will again take fruits array only. I will get this and paste it over here. Now what I will do, I will use join method over here. So what I can do, I can say fruits dot join, and then here you can see I didn't pass anything. That's why it took comma, and you can see the result. The result is this, and it's basically a string with all the elements inside it separated by comma. Okay. Now, just to make it more readable, I can actually provide a space as well with comma. So I can pass separator, uh, like my own separator over here. So I can just say, by the way, you can see if I pass empty array as a separator, it basically goes and combines all these strings into a single word, which doesn't make any sense, obviously, but still, yeah, that's what it will do. I can also go and provide a space over here that will do something like this. If I provide double space, then it will separate by double space. Now finally I can do like this as well, and it will provide a comma and a space as well. So yeah, that's how you can use the join method. It's a very easy one. Now let's talk about pop and push. Actually, let's do one thing. Let's actually put shift instead of push, and let's take this push here, because see, pop and shift are very similar, push and unshift are very similar. Okay, so see, pop and shift both help you to remove an element from an array. So they both are very similar, but they have a little difference between them. Now let's go and understand this. So let's go and take pop first. So you can see over here, if I go to pop, now these are very important methods, by the way. You should actually understand it very carefully. So if you see over here, pop method removes the last element from an array and then returns that element that it basically removed. And one thing you need to understand is that pop and shift, both of these methods modifies the original array. It doesn't return a new array. Okay, so that's one important thing. So let's go and see this. So I will again take this fruits array, and then I will use this pop and shift on this array. Now I will just say fruits dot pop. Now, as we already saw, it basically goes and removes the last element from an array and returns that element. So in this case, the last element in fruits array was peach. So it will basically go and remove that element from that array and also return that back. And obviously fruits will be modified. So let's go and print this, and it should print peach. And yeah, it prints peach only. Now if I go and say fruits over here, you will see peach is gone from the end. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing. Now let's talk about shift. Now shift is again similar to pop. The only thing is that it goes and removes the element from the start of the array instead of removing it from the end of the array. Otherwise, the rest is same. It modifies the original array. It also returns the element it has removed. Let me go and show you. So I say shift over here, and you can see over here, it basically goes and removes an element from the array, okay, and returns that removed element, and it also changes the array itself. So I will go and say fruits dot shift, and then I will print the fruits array. Now one thing you can understand, the first element in fruits array was banana. So it will basically go and return that banana, and it will go and remove that as well. So I will print this, and you can see it only has 6 items now, and banana is removed from here. So yeah, that's how you can see pop and shift work. Now one thing you can understand from this, that pop and shift doesn't remove an element from an index. It cannot do that. If you want to remove an element from an index, then the better option is to use filter. So if you see over here, we already talked about filter. Let me go and show you this. So here you can use filter to remove an element from a particular index. Okay. And by the way, it doesn't modify the original array, it returns a new array, which means the array or the original array won't be modified. Okay, so I can actually show you an example removing an element from the array using index using the filter function. Okay, so I will just actually create a function, remove element from an index, and I will, obviously it's not related to pop and shift, but I'm just telling so that you understand it. This is actually a very practical use of filter. I have used filter a lot to do this kind of thing. And you will realize it when you actually use JavaScript practically in applications. You will realize that filter can be used for this to remove an element at a particular index. So here, for example, I will accept the array, I will accept the index, and I will just go and say array.filter, and then I will basically go and get the index, because filter provides you a callback function. Like filter actually asks you to give it a callback function, and to that callback function we already know that it gives back the element and the index of that element. So I will go and capture the element in this underscore. Okay, and index I will capture, which is what I need. Now I will just go and say index triple equals to the index. Actually, I should do one thing, element index, because otherwise it will use the same index instead of using this index, because yeah, so hopefully you can understand. So I will just go and say element index, and I will compare element index with index. So that will remove that element at that index. So it will actually, this should be not equal to. So basically, if the index is not equal to the index I want to remove, then only you put that element in the new array. That's what filter will do. So if you return true, then it will keep that element in the new array. Otherwise, it will not keep that element in the new array. So here, if the index is same, then this condition will return false, which means that particular item at that index will be removed. Let me go and show you this. So if I go and say console log remove element from an index, and then I will pass this array, for example, fruits one, and then I want to remove an element from, let's say, fourth index. So you can see when I do that, it now returns me the array without that fourth index element. Okay, so I can actually show you this. So here you can see it was having at 4 0 1 2 3 4 4, it was having pineapple. And you can see in the last array, in this new array, pineapple doesn't exist. So one practical use I've shown you for filter, right? But anyways, I can actually put that over here, and because fruits doesn't exist over here, I will just go and say person, and it will remove the element at fourth index. So it is now having 29 elements instead of 30 elements. But yeah, that's it. Now let's talk about push and unshift. So see, just like pop and shift removed an element, push and unshift actually goes and adds an element. And hopefully you can understand that push will add an element, and hopefully you can guess it, that push will add an element at the end of the array, whereas unshift adds element at the start of the array. Okay. Now, one more thing, by the way, it can be used for adding multiple elements, like push and unshift. Both can help you to add multiple elements in an array. Okay. That's one more thing you need to understand. So, for example, over here, let's actually go to push. So you can see over here, that's what it says, that it adds the specified element to the end of the array and returns the new length of the array. So yeah, basically these also modifies the original array. Okay. And it basically returns the new length of the array. Okay. It doesn't go and return you a new array. Okay. It modifies the original array. So I will again take fruits array and I will show you on this. So first of all, you need to understand that you can directly call fruits.push without passing anything. Same way you can directly call fruits.shift without passing anything. So when you don't pass anything, obviously it will not add anything, right? It will add nothing there. So I will just go and say fruits, and you can say, and you can see over here, it doesn't add anything. Okay. So yeah, that's the thing. And one, by the way, I think, uh, sorry, I did shift by mistake. I should have done unshift. That's why I was seeing like one element was removed. But you can see over here, when I didn't pass any element to add, it didn't add any element inside the array. Now, let's do one thing. Let's start adding some elements. So let's say I want to add a kiwi at the end of the array. So I can just use push, because push helps you to add an element at the end of the array. So I can just say fruits.push, and I will say kiwi over here. And when I say this, it will add that element at the end of the array. So you can see over here, now array has 9 elements and kiwi is there at the end. Now let's say I want to add dragon fruit at the start of the array. So I can use fruits.unshift. So I can just say fruits.unshift, and then I will say dragon fruit. And then I will go and print the value of fruits here. And you can see over here, it now has 10 elements, and dragon fruit is the first element. So yeah, that's how you can use push and unshift to add one element. Now, as I said, push and unshift can be used for adding multiple elements as well. So to add multiple elements, you can pass multiple elements to the unshift and push function. For example, if I want to add, let's say, what I can add at the end. Maybe I can add, let's say, strawberry, guava, and lychee. Now, this will add 3 elements at the end of the array. So let's see fruits. So fruits length should be 13 now. So you can see over here, it is 13. Okay. The same I can do with unshift. So I can just say fruits.unshift. Now I don't remember more fruit names, so I will just add some random things. Don't mind that. But I will just go and add these 3 elements, and it will add these elements in the fruits array. Okay. So yeah, you can see that's how easy it is to use push and unshift method, and that's how you can add elements to an array. And that's what I said, actually, if you remember, in the lecture of adding, in the part adding new values in an array, I already told you that push is a safer method that we are going to discuss soon, and that's what it is. This is safer method. Here you can see you didn't need to specify an index. You directly added an element at that index without any issues. Okay. Here there's no chance that you will create any holes, because push on its own will determine the index it needs to add to, and it will add the element to that particular index. Also, it's much better than index, obviously, because you can actually go and add multiple elements at once. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can use push and unshift method. And by the way, as I said, these methods return the items it added, like it returns the length of the array that will be the final length after adding the element. So here you can see the final length was 13. So when I do this, it will return me 13. Let me show you. So I can say this and it will return me 13. You can see it returned me 13. The same over here. This will return me 16. So yeah, that's how you can see you can just go and add elements. Now let's talk about reduce and reduce write function. So see, these two functions are very similar. Basically, they both do the same thing. They both iterate over an array, but reduce function actually iterates over an array from the start of the array, or you can say the left hand side of the array. Whereas reduce write iterates over an array from the right hand side, or you can say end of the array. That is the only difference between these two functions. But now let's talk about what is the use of reduce and reduce write, why they are used. So I will tell, first of all, I will tell you the basic purpose of these two functions. And then I will go over some examples and explain how we can solve them using reduce and reduce write function. Actually, mainly reduce function. Reduce write, as I said, is very similar, so we don't need to discuss too much. And then finally, I will explain how it is sometimes better than the other array functions that we have. Okay, but again, just to say, I'm going to explain how it is better in some cases. Remember, it's in some cases only. It's not like in every case you will use reduce. It's not like that. It just depends on the use case, and that is something we're going to discuss later on. For now, let's talk about reduce. So if you see, I have actually opened the MNN page for reduce function. You see, there's a definition given over here. You can have a read over it, but I will not recommend to do so right now because this definition is quite complicated. So let's go and give a simple definition to you so that you understand it. And then we will go into detail, and then finally we will read this definition as well, which will then make more sense. So see, reduce function in simple words, it basically helps you to take an array, iterate over an array, okay, and then reduce it to a single value of any data type. So that is the purpose of reduce function. So as we know that map function takes in the array, iterates over an array, and then create a new array. Filter function again does that also, like it also creates a new array. Find function returns one of the element of the array. Sum function, every function returns a boolean value. And then we have other functions as well, which does some kind of thing and then return a value. But reduce function is quite different because it actually allows you to define which kind of value you want to return. So basically, it is useful when you have a custom logic and that custom logic gives a custom value. So you can't really use any other function in that case because your value is something that is custom, and any other function that we have seen can't do that kind of thing. So it's basically something that can help you in almost every case, even the cases where those above function helps. So that's the thing. That's the thing about reduce. It can help you in a lot of stuff because it allows you to write your own logic. And then according to that logic, you can return a final value. Whereas functions like filter, map have their own logic written. For example, filter checks the return value of the callback function. Accordingly, it adds that element to the new array. So it is doing it on its own. But in reduce, you can write the logic according to your own. So if you are implementing, for example, filter using reduce, you can do that, but you have to write the same logic on your own. So in some cases, obviously, you might prefer to use these functions directly. For example, filter you might prefer to use directly because you don't have to write that logic of adding an item to an array if and only the return value of callback function is true based on some condition. You don't want to write all that logic. In that case, filter is better. But in other cases where you want fine-grained access, reduce is better. So now, one more thing. You might have not have understood the real meaning behind it still, and it's fine. We will look at example, then it will be more clear. So let's go and look at some examples. So as you can see, we're going to look at 6 examples here. And by the way, one important thing, I'm going to discuss about this syntax of the reduce function, but I will take an example for that. So I will start with this example and explain the syntax of it. Now for this, I think I need array of numbers. So I will just go to GPT and generate it out. Okay, so there we go. We have this array of 20 numbers that is generated. Now let me just go and copy this and let's come here and paste it over here. Now here, uh, let's see the first one, which is finding maximum number basically, or you can say largest number from an array of numbers. So this is the array of numbers and I want to find the largest number in that. So if you see, the largest number is 56. Let's use reduce to find it out. And by the way, you can see obviously you can't do this stuff with any of the above methods that we have seen because it's a custom logic, right? It doesn't make any sense for core JavaScript to give you a function to actually go and find the maximum number in an array. It doesn't make any sense. Hopefully you understand that. And that's why in this case reduce is important because then you can write your own logic. Okay, because logic like there can be like thousands of examples like this. So the core JavaScript cannot give you like thousands of functions for these things, right? So that's the thing. But anyways, let's go and write that. And before that, let's see the syntax now. So here you can see that to reduce function, you have to pass first argument. First argument that you have to pass is a callback function. So you will just say numbers dot reduce, and then here you pass a callback function. Now, one thing that you need to understand here, just like in any just like in map, filter, and every other things that we studied which accepted callback function, the reduce function will actually go and call that callback function for each element in the array. That's the first similarity between that callback function and this callback function. The second similarity is that both of these callback functions, like the callback functions used in map and filter and the callback function used in reduce, will accept the will accept three parameters: current value, current index, and array. So if you remember, in map also we used to have these three things: what's the current value, what's the current index, and what's the current array, what's the complete array. But the only difference is that this reduce callback function also takes an extra parameter that is the first parameter of the function, which is accumulator. And that is very important to understand. Now, what is accumulator? We will talk about this in a moment, but hopefully you understand that that's the thing that will happen. Okay. And by the way, a callback function that is given to reducer is also called reducer function. Okay. So that's also something that you can think about. Anyways, let's talk about the next parameter, which is initial value. So this initial value parameter is optional, as you can see over here. So basically, initial value is the value to which accumulator is initialized the first time the callback is called. Okay, this is very important. Now, I will talk about this in a moment, but one thing you need to understand is that if initial value is not specified, accumulator is initialized to the first value in the array and callback functions start executing with the second value in the array as the current value. So this is very important to understand here. Let me just discuss it again. If you don't specify initial value, then accumulator will be initialized automatically to the first value of the array. And because the first value of the array is considered as an accumulator, because of that, the iteration will not start from the first element, it will actually start from the second element. And by the way, this is only case when you don't pass the initial value. Okay. Now I will tell you when you should pass an initial value and when you should not pass an initial value. But at least in this case over here, we don't need to pass any initial value. Okay. But again, it will depend on the situation. I will explain that later on. For now, we don't need to care about it too much. Only thing we need to understand is that this accumulator will get the first element of the array. Okay. Because we are not passing any initial value. So I will just get the accumulator here. And current value will be actual number basically, and I can actually call it current number if that's the thing. And the index and array we don't want, so I will just get this two parameters over here. Now, one important thing with the callback function. So if you see over here, one important thing is that this function is executed for each element in the array. That's obviously very clear to us. But the important thing is that whatever you return from this function will basically be passed as an accumulator to the next invocation of callback function. What that means here, let me tell you. So if you see, we're not passing any initial value. In that case, you know that accumulator will be initialized to the first value, which is first value of the array, which is 5. Okay, so understand this. The first time in the first iteration, let me just write it down here, just so that's more clear. First iteration. So for the first iteration, you understand that the accumulator will be 5 and current number will be 12 because current initial value was not passed. So accumulator was taken as the first number in the array and current number was 12 because the loop started from the second element, which is what we discussed. Now, let's say you return 20. I'm just giving an example, a random example. In that case, when you come to second iteration, the accumulator will then become 20 and the current number will be the third element, which is 7. Now here you return 30, for example. Now you can see what is happening here. Whatever you returned in the first iteration is then passed to the callback function as accumulator in the second iteration. So in a way you can understand it's actually maintaining a variable on its own, which you can modify for the next iteration by returning the value, and that will replace the value, the current value for the new iteration. Okay. And this is how it will continue. Actually, let me just write it down for third iteration as well, just so that's more clear. Third iteration, it will basically get the accumulator as 30 and current number will be what? Current number will be 23. And then let's say you return 40. So now it will just go and continue on till the last thing. Okay. So it does the last iteration, and after that final value of accumulator is returned back. So this is the final iteration, and whatever this returns is assigned to the accumulator, and that accumulator final value is returned back from the reduce function. Okay. So I hope you are able to understand what we are going to do, how it is able to reduce an array into a single value. The reason is accumulator. You can modify accumulator to whatever you want, and once the iteration completes, accumulator will be returned back. And that is a very important thing to understand. Now, let's go and see how we can implement the finding largest number from an array of numbers thing here. And by the way, just to tell, this is random example. So how we can do that? So to do that, what we can do over here, see what we will do is that we will utilize accumulator to store the maximum value till now. So the iteration, see, while the iteration is going on, it will pick up maximum values. For example, for the first iteration, the accumulator is 5, which means that for the first iteration, the maximum value is 5. But then you compare it with the current value, which was the second element, then you see the 12 is more. So you return back 12 so that new accumulator value or the new maximum value becomes 12. Then you go ahead and you compare 12 with 7. You see 12 is more than 7, so you just return back the accumulator itself. You don't return back the current value because current value is smaller. So you return back the accumulator, which means that the accumulators will still be the same for the next iteration, where you then find out that 23, the current value, is more than 12. So you replace accumulator with the value of 23. So here, if you understand this, then you can easily implement this. So you can just say that if current number is more than accumulator, then you should return the current number. because that's basically the new maximum number. Otherwise, you just return back accumulator. And that's the way you can actually go and get the maximum value. In this case, the maximum value was 56, which is what you're going to get here, as you can see. Now, just to go and make it more clear, let's just print the things that were happening over here just to make it more clear. So I will first of all format this. And here, what I will just say is that console log, I will console log multiple things over here. First of all, I would like to console log accumulator. Okay. So here, let me actually go and do it here. So accumulator. So this will become accumulator, and then we'll have current number that will be printed over here. Now, let's see what happens after this. Let's go and also keep this over here. Okay. Let's see what is printed. So you can see over here for the first iteration, the accumulator was 5 as we understood, and the current number was 12. Now you compared current number with accumulator. You said current number is more than accumulator, which is 12 is more than 5. The answer was false. So the answer was true basically. 12 is more than 5. So the answer was true. And so that's why you just return current number, which is 12. So the new value of accumulator became 12 for the new iteration. And then there you checked 12 and 7. So you check 7 is more than 12? No, which means you return back accumulator, which is 12. So the new accumulator value will still be 12, right? And then you say current number is 23. Now 12, 23. Now compare this. 23 is more than 12, which means current number is more than accumulator. So you return back current number, which is 23. So the new value of accumulator becomes 23. Like that, you can see it goes on, and it basically starts with 5, then 12. So you can see the maximum values keep on increasing. As it discovers more larger values, it's basically replacing the old value with the new larger value. And that's the thing. So you can see over here, it was first 5, and then for 2 iterations, it was 12. Then for 1 iteration, it was 23. And then for so many iterations, it was 45. Then for all the other iteration, it was 56, because 56 was the largest number here. And that's how you actually go and use the reduce function to actually write custom logic which iterates over an array and do custom things so that it returns a value, a single value of any data type. In this case, it was a number. And that's the thing. That's the importance of reduce. And by the way, I've just expanded this more by writing a custom logic just so that's more clear. Now let's talk about the next example here. I hope this makes sense. Now let's talk about the next example, which is adding all numbers in an array of numbers. So here also I will not pass initial value. Again, I will tell you why I'm not doing this here. But yeah, for now you can just ignore the fact that we're not passing initial value. Now here you can see what I will do. I will just go and say numbers.reduce, and then I will say accumulator, and then I will say current number. That's it. Now here, see, one thing you must have understood till now, that accumulator is something that actually goes and store uh like the final value, right? And it keeps on changing on every iteration, right? And actually you can make it not change for some iterations. It's up to you. It's up to the custom logic you are writing. So if you see in this example, we were using accumulator for storing the maximum number. So in this example, hopefully you understand that we will use accumulator to store the addition of numbers till the point we have iterated. So like we will iterate one by one, right? So we will add the values one by one. So we will store the result of uh, like addition till the current value in the accumulator itself. So I will just go and say accumulator plus current number. Now see what is happening over here. We will start looping over the array. Now for the first iteration, the value of accumulator will be 5 and the current value will be 12. So what you do is that you just add both of these values, which becomes 17, and then you return back that value, which means for the next iteration, accumulator will become 17, which is then added. So you see accumulator till now, till this is 17, right? And then you add this accumulator to 7 in the next iteration. which makes it 24. Then in the next iteration, you add 24 to 23. This is the accumulator till now, 24. You add that with 23, which is 47. Then like that, you continue on till the end of the array. And so at the end, accumulator will have the result of addition of all the numbers in the array. And so you can just print that reduce method result, and that will give you the result of the addition of all numbers. I will just show you this, and you can see it is working fine. And by the way, you can see this is not possible with any array methods we have discussed till now. And so you can see again, this is custom logic and we have to write reduce for that. So I will just, here as well, I will just like to show you the console logs just so that more clear. I just want that you understand this properly because as I said, this is the very important thing. You should understand this properly, otherwise it will cause a lot of issues. This is the most important method. Now here you can see it's basically what we discussed. 5 initially, 12, you add 5 plus 12, 17, 17 plus 7, 24. So like that's going on. You can have a look at it. The last value you got was 479, which is the total sum of all the numbers. That's how you can do it. Now let's talk about the next one, which is getting total items ordered across all the orders. Now this is where we will like to give initial value. Why? Now see, I will tell you a very important thing that you need to understand. Here if you see, the numbers array was having numbers, and the result I was returning from reduce method was also a number. So if you see, the accumulator will not change from number to any other data type. It will always be a number and you return back a number itself. So if you see, the values inside array was number, and what you're returning from here is also a number. So in that case, you can actually go and ignore the initial value, right? And that's why I was doing that. Here also I did the same because of that reason. Now here, if you think about it, each order in the orders array is basically an object. I'll just console log this just to show this. You can see over here, each item is an object. So, and you know that the final thing that I want is a number. That is all the items that are ordered across all the orders. Total number of items here that are ordered across all the orders. So that's a number. So in that case, it makes sense to use an initial value. Otherwise, accumulator will initially be the object. Okay. Although you can still play around with it and like even though it's an object at the first loop, you can make it a number later on. Like you can actually go and return a number value, right? And that will replace the object value there. But if you think about it, that's much more work because then you have to compare. If the index is 0, then that means accumulator is an object. So you need to replace that by conditionally, which is a lot more work. And that's where initial value will help. And I will show you why it is a lot more work in a second. But before that, let's just go and use initial value to do it. So what I will do, I will just say orders.reduce and I will pass a callback function. So here I will receive the accumulator. Now let's call accumulator total orders. And then we will have the current order. Now, as I said, I will pass initial value here. So if you see, one important thing here is that if you pass initial value, then callback function starts executing with the first value in the array as current value. Okay. And also accumulator is given that initial value. So that's the difference. When we were not giving initial value, then the first element of the array was used as accumulator and the loop was starting from the second element. But here the loop will start from the first element and the accumulator will be given a value of given the value of the basically it will be given the value of initial value. Okay. So here I will just go and say 0 because the accumulator here is total orders. Total orders initially will be 0 because I have not got to any orders till now. So it's 0 right now. Now here for each order, I will increase the increase basically the value of the accumulator by the number of items we have in that order. So actually, instead of current order, I will just, destructure it here and I will say items because that's what I need. So I will just say total orders till now. This is total orders till now, basically. You can actually name it like this, just so that's more clear. Actually, total items till now. Sorry for this. Sorry for the confusion if you guys got confused with this. Total items till now. And then I will just say uh, plus items dot length. So here you can see total items till now plus length of the current items array. And that will give you the final value for the next iteration. And so here again, you can use the console log here on your own, but I will just console log this, which will give you the total items that were there. Okay, so you can see it is 90, right? That's the thing, that's how you can do it. Now, by the way, this could have been done by flat map as well. So as we have already seen that we can use flat map here. I've actually shown an example here, flat map. So I've shown an example over here where we did something like this. So you could actually go and use this. So I will just say console log. Actually, I should do this before the reduce method one. So I will just say this dot length, which also returns you 90 because this gives you all the items inside a single dimensional array, and then you can just use dot length to get the final length. So yeah, you can see you could have used flat map as well and for this example, but we just use reduce to show you how reduce works. So yeah, you can see the logic is completely different in both of these cases, but yeah, because reduce helps you to write custom logic, you can do even things that are done by other array method function. Okay, now let's see the next example. Get to know unique items across all the orders. Now if you see over here, I will actually go and say this. So if you see over here, we were returning all the items for all the orders in this array. But I hope you understand that over here, we are also returning duplicates because see, each order have its own item. Now, multiple orders are there, but you can order same items at multiple in multiple orders. For example, milk was there in multiple orders. If you see over here, milk is here as well, milk is here as well. It might be at some other places as well, but you can understand what I mean here. That the, there is duplication of items in each order. Okay, and that's the problem. So here you're getting each items like you're getting each items, but basically you are having duplicates here. So let's see how to actually avoid those duplicates using the reduce method. So I just want to get an array of all the items across all the orders, but I don't want any duplicates to be there. And that's why we can use reduce. So what I can do simply is that I can just go and say orders dot reduce, and then I will get items till now, and I will say here items. Now in this case, hopefully you can understand that again we will need uh, an initial value for the accumulator because we want accumulator to be an array because we want final item final result to be an array, so we want accumulator to be an array. So we will need to give it an initial value. Okay, so I will give it an array. Okay, now here after this what I can do is that I can just say I can write some custom logic here. So what I want to do here is that I want to write a logic that add only those items from this array which doesn't exist in items till now. So you can write a for loop for this, or there's a better method as well. What you can do is that you can use a filter method here. Okay, so what I can do, I can say here items dot filter. So basically this filter is used so that I can remove those items which were already there in items till now. So I can just say item. So I will remove those elements which exist in items till now. So items till now includes item. So if items till now includes item, then I will say I don't want that. So I will say not items till now dot include item. So I don't want key that items till now includes that item. So this filter will basically remove all the items that are already present in items till now. So that will give me a final items list, or I can say new items which means items that are not present in items till now. And then I will return back items till now dot concat new items. That's it. That's what I will do. So here you can see, very simple. I will explain it again. We started with the initial value of array, which will be given to accumulator, and then from there you go and loop over all the items basically, and you check the items. First of all, for that order items, you filter over that array and only get those items from that array which doesn't exist till now in this array, and you name that new items as you can see over here. And then what you do is that you then go and say items till now dot concat new items. So you concatenate this array with this array and then return the final array, because concat returns you an array, right? So it basically doesn't modify the original array, but it just returns an array which is then returned back here, which will then be stored in items till now. So that's how this reduce is working here. So this will now give you obviously give you less elements than 90, because 90 has duplicates as well, so it will be obviously lesser. As you can see over here, it's just 77 now. Okay, so I've removed all the duplicates. Now for example, you can see milk. For example, milk will only be present once. It is not present at other places, you can check. So yeah, that's the thing, it has removed all the duplicates. Now let's talk about the next example. So the next example discuss how we can implement map with element skipping. Now that's very important thing here. So see, I think I've not discussed about this, but basically, in case of map, you can't skip elements. For example, here you're using map to map all the persons, and then you were getting a transformed array, right? Transforming shapes. So here you were having original array. The original array was having a size of 30. The final array also has a size of 30. You didn't skip anything here. And that's the thing. Now, let's imagine that you have a use case where you want to skip an item. So as I said, map cannot be used for skipping an item or element, whatever you want to say. And that I will prove right now. For example, you might think that, okay, if I do something like this, person index, and I say this, I'll copy this. Now you might think that, okay, if I say if index is not equals to 0, then you return back this. So you can see what I'm doing here. I'm just saying that, okay, if index is if index is 0, then I'm not returning anything. If index is not 0, then I'm returning this object, which means I'm trying to skip the 0th index over here. Now you might think in that case, the final array that will be created by map will have 29 elements instead of 30, because you basically didn't return any value for the first index, which means that will be skipped. But in reality, map doesn't skip the values. See, it's very easy to understand. If it is not, then just watch functions lecture once, because that's what you need to understand. In functions lecture, I told you that if you don't return any value from a function, then that means you are implicitly returning undefined from that function. That's the rule. So in this case, when you are not returning any value, you might be tempted to think that, okay, then you are skipping that value. But in reality, because functions automatically return undefined, map will basically go and place undefined in that element place instead of skipping it. So I will just prove that here. I will just go and say console log, and I will print that. And you can see over here, it placed undefined here. So you can see that map cannot be used for skipping an element at a particular index. But now we will use reduce method to actually skip that element. And that is what we're going to do right now. So let's create a function here, map with skipping. That's the name of this function. Now here, this function will accept an array, okay? It will accept the, let's say it will accept, let's say, I think callback function you can say, okay? So basically, you can define the callback function that we should call for each element. If that element needs to be skipped. So basically this callback function will be called for each element that is not skipped. Okay. For any element that was skipped, it won't be called. Now here I will just go and say, then I think I will just say here that the indexes to skip. So this is again an array which defines the indexes that we will skip, that we should skip. Okay. So here I will say array dot reduce, and then I will pass it an accumulator, and then current value and the current index. And here I will pass it an empty array at the start, because at the end I want reduce to return an empty array. Okay. Sorry, not an empty array. I want reduce to return an array at the end. That's what I want. And that's why I will give it an initial value of array. Okay. And here I will just go and say this. Now here I will say a callback function. I will call this callback function, pass it the current value and pass it current index as well. But I will only do that if indexes to skip dot includes current index. If this condition is false, because if indexes to skip doesn't include the current index, then only we should call callback function, because we don't want to call callback function for values we are skipping. Now this returns back a result. That result will be then added to the accumulator as the new element for that array. So I will just say accumulator dot push result, and then I will return back accumulator here. By the way, one more thing, you might think that, okay, I should not, like I can just go and add a value to the accumulator and then not return anything, but that's not the reality. It's not just about changing that value. It's also about returning that value back. So you should always return that value back. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing. So you can see here what is happening. If the current index is not included in the index to skip, then we just call the callback function, passing it current value, current index, get the result, push in, push that result into accumulator, and then return that accumulator back. Now this function will then return this the result of this reduce. So I will just do this, and there we go. We have the map with skipping. Now I will use this on the person array. So I will just go and copy where it is dot map. There we go. I will copy this. I will take this to map with skipping. There we go. Now I'll just go and call this map with skipping function. Now here I will pass persons. Now I will also pass a callback function which accepts the person and transforms it to uh, another type. And then here I will pass the indexes to skip. So I will pass 0 here. Now you can see I will just go and print the value returned from this function. Now it should have just 29 elements, as you can see over here. That's the way. So you can see I use reduce to create a function that doesn't even exist in Core JavaScript. That's the power of reduce. You can do so much with reduce. Now, at the end, let's talk about the last thing that we will do, last thing that we'll implement, and that is find that returns all matching element. So you remember that we have talked about find method, but that method just returns the first matching element. It doesn't return all the matching elements. And that is where we are going to use reduce to do that. So instead of find, we will create a function called find all, which will use reduce to do that. By the way, I'm doing this on my own, but I will always recommend you to do this before watching my implementation, which will be much better. Just watching the lecture won't help you. You should always go and implement these things on your own as well, and then come back and see how I'm doing it. If you're not able to do it, just revisit this thing again, but do it on your own. That's much better way of learning it. Here I will get the array. Here I will say callback function, and then that's it. Now here I will say accumulator, current value, current index. Current index I don't need, or I think let's just keep it so that I can pass it to callback function if callback function actually needs it, because we can't determine if callback function needs it not or not. So we'll just pass it anyways. So here what I will do, again I need an array over here because that's what I will return back. So I'll just use that as an initial value for the accumulator. And then here what I should do, I should go and call this callback function. So I will say callback function, and then I say current value, current index. Now if you remember, in find we used to return true or false, and that told the find function if we actually want that element, if we actually wanted that element. That's what find that's what we used to do in find. Let me just show you. So here you can see, for finding all the people who are age of 18, we just did find and then we said age equal to 18. So that's how we just did it. But here um what we will do is that we will and that's what we will do here. So here we will get the final thing. So uh matches the find criteria. Let's name this like this, which makes a lot of sense. This name makes a lot of sense. That is it matching the find criteria? If yes, then we will do one thing, that we will go and let me actually say matches the find criteria, and I will say accumulator dot push. I will push the current value inside that accumulator, right? And then I will just go and return the accumulator back. That's the thing. That's how I can do it. So yeah, that's how we can do this. And now we can use this find all to actually go and use it there. So if you see, find this one, here you can see that's what I was using it for finding all the people, finding first person with age of 18. If I want to find all the person who have age of 18, then I can use find all here. So I can just say find all. I will pass the array, which is persons array. The callback function will accept the value, or you can say person will get the age of it and just say age triple equals to 18. Now this will return you back the all the matching items. You can see over here, two people are having age of 18. Okay. So yeah, that's how you can see we can use find all here. That's how we implemented find all using reduce function. Again, you saw the power of reduce. By the way, this could have been easily done with filter as well. I know that, but yeah, I just want to show you an example. Like this, we have thousands of scenarios you will see in your real life while coding programs in JavaScript, and that is where you will see how important reduce becomes. Because core JavaScript cannot cover every case, every custom logic that you might want to use, and that's why it gave you reduce function. It gave you the power with reduce function. And see, the power of reduce function lies all in the accumulator itself. Without accumulator, the power of reduce might not be there, right? And that's the thing. One last thing here is that if you are not passing any initial value and if the array is empty, then in that case, because there's no first value to return as accumulator, an error will be thrown. That is one important thing that you should understand. But yeah, that's it. That's how you can use reduce method. So hopefully you understood the power of reduce function. But as I said, reduce function is better in some cases, but it's bad in some other cases. That's the reality with reduce function. For example, if you think about this, if you wanted to implement, you can easily implement that by filter method. Instead of writing this much code using filter method, you could have done this in just one line. So sometimes it is better to use array methods that are given to you. But in case you want to go and implement multiple looping methods, multiple iteration methods, in that case, it's always better to use reduce function. That is what I understand about reduce. That's something that I think is the real place where you should use reduce. For example, if there's a place where you think that you might need to use multiple array methods that iterate over an array, then using reduce is a better option there. And obviously sometimes you can't really do a thing with an array method. There obviously you have to use reduce, but in some places you can do something with array methods, but still you can use reduce if reduce is more efficient, because reduce will iterate on the array once, whereas because these other array methods that I've talked about, filter, map, all these force the value that you should return, all these forces their own logic, and for that reason you might have to use multiple methods to arrive to a result. So yeah, that's the thing. Now let's talk about reverse and to reversed. So see, these two methods basically help you to reverse an array. This one modifies the original array, but this one actually doesn't modify the original array. It returns a new array that is reversed. So I will just go to reverse here, reverse, and I will say, yeah. So you can see over here, it reverses an array in place. In place means it modifies that original array. And so that's the thing. There's nothing else to discuss on this. Let's just go and do this. And by the way, it also returns the reversed array. So it returns the reference to that array after reversing it. So I will just go and say, for example, array, we have A, C, D, E. So you can see over here, that's what we have in this array. I will just say array dot reverse. That will go and reverse the array. So basically, F will come at the first, A will come at the last. So it will reverse the order. That's it. So I will just go and print the array, and you can see it is reversed. Now, if I go and say array dot to reversed, so you can see actually in my environment, to reverse is not even supported in the VS Code thing. Okay. The reason is it is a new method. Okay. It is a new JavaScript method, as you can see over here. So yeah, that's the thing. But yeah, anyways, let it be. We can, I guess, use it still. So let me just do this, because my node supports it, but not the VS Code. VS Code doesn't give autocomplete for some reason for this. Maybe it has not implemented the types for this. But anyways, by the way, this also returns the array, reversed array, but this modifies the array, but this one won't modify the array. So if I print this, you will see it will give the it will turn array back to its original state. But if I go and say console log array again, you will see that it's still the same because it didn't modify the array. That's it. So that's the reverse and to reverse thing. Now let's talk about slice. So see, slice, as name suggests, this actually is useful when you want to get a slice of an array. Okay. So slice meaning that you will cut a part of the array and get it out as an individual array. Okay. So let's just go to slice here. Slice. So you can see over here what it does. It takes in two optional arguments, start and end. Okay. So see, one thing here is that start is zero-based index from which it will start the extraction. Okay. End is again a zero-based index at which it will end the extraction. By the way, end is exclusive. What that means is that slice will extract up to, but not including end. Now again, I will show this. And by the way, if we don't specify start, that means it will start from 0. Okay. If you don't specify end, it will end at the end of the array. So what that means is that if you don't specify any of them, then it will give you back the whole array. Okay. So it won't do anything in that case. So yeah, one more thing here is that slice doesn't modify the original array. It just returns you a new array. Okay. So I will show you an example here. For example, we have, let me see, maybe I will get the fruits. So I will go and paste it over here. Okay. Now let's say I want to get fruits dot slice. I say that. So as I said, in this case, it will give me back the whole array again. As you can see over here, 8 items as before. Now let's go and pass it a start value. So if I say fruits dot slice 2, that means it will give me the whole array starting from second index to the end of the array. So that means 0, 1, 2. So it will start from this point and will give up to this. So it will start from peach and end till peach. Let me just print the value here. As you can see over here, it is basically giving me that. Now let's specify an end index as well. Fruits dot slice 2. Now here let's say I say 5 or let's say 6. In this case, if you see, 2 is this, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you might assume when I do 6, it will return me this. But instead, it will return me this. Because end is exclusive, which means end, you specify over here the end, but it won't do up to end. It will do up to n minus 1, which is this one. So it will do only up to 5th index. So we'll get from peach to the pineapple over here, as you can see. So yeah, that's the thing. That's how you can use the slice thing. Now let's talk about the next one, which is splice or two spliced. So just like reverse and two reversed, splice modifies the original array, whereas two spliced does the operation just like splice, but it returns a new array and doesn't modify the old one. Okay. So splice, by the way, what is the use of splice? So it is actually used for removing elements from an array. And you can even go and optionally add new elements in the array. Okay. So basically for splice, you need to specify, you need to mandate, it's mandatory to specify a start index. Okay. And then you can specify the elements you want to delete and then the elements you want to add. So elements you want to delete is optional. Elements you want to add is again optional. Okay. So let's go and do this. So for example, we again will take fruits. And by the way, I will use two splice because I don't want fruits array to get ended. But hopefully you understand that splice will modify the original array. But anyways, let me go and do this. So I will go and say fruits dot two spliced. Now if I just go and say start index, again you can see two spliced. I don't have any autocomplete for that, but anyways, it will work. So I will, say 1 here, for example, and then I will just go and save this. So you can see when I do this, it basically removed every element starting from 1. If I would have made it 3, then you can see it removed every element starting from 3. And that's the thing. But if I specify a delete count, that will stop it after deleting that number of elements. For example, if I say 2, then it will stop after deleting 2 elements. So here you will see it started from where? It started from 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. So it started from there. It deleted this element. It deleted this element. So 2 elements were deleted. So now it will add rest of the elements pineapple, papaya, and peach, as you can see over here. Okay. So I hope that makes sense. Now finally, as I said, you can also pass new elements to add. So for example, here I can just go and add kiwi and guava. So when I do this, you can see it basically removed the mango and apple okay, just like it did before. But in place of mango apple, it added kiwi and guava. So you can pass as many elements you want to add here, and it will just add it there. I hope that makes sense. That's how you can use toSplice.splice. Now, splice will just go and modify the original array, so I don't want to go and talk about that. Now let's talk about sort or toSorted method. So as you can guess from the name, it basically helps you to sort an array. Okay. Now, see, sort basically helps you to sort an array, and actually it modifies the original array, whereas toSorted sorts the array but it returns a new array from as the sorted array. It doesn't modify the original array. That's the only difference here. By the way, the callback function given over here is required. You should always pass that. It's the requirement here. The cool thing about this sort function is that it's very customizable, because it allows you to specify a callback function where you can do anything and then define which element should come first and which element should come second. That is the power of sort function. Now, if you don't understand this, I will explain this. But basically, callback function has two parameters. Okay, one is A and one is B. So from callback function, if you return a negative number, then A should come before B. That's what sort will do. A will come before B. Okay. If you return a positive number, then A will come after B. Okay. If you return 0 or not a number, then A and B will remain at same position. That's the thing. That's what happens. Now let's take an example here. For example, we have the numbers array. So let me just go and copy that. Numbers. And by the way, you can read about sort function in the MDN, but I've written the important things over here. That's all you need to understand. So here you have the numbers. Now what we will do, we will just say numbers.sort. Okay. By the way, let me use toSorted just so that it doesn't modify the original array and doesn't kill it. So I will just go and pass a callback function that receives A and B. So let's just first of all say A minus B here. Now when I say this, let's see what is the output, and then I will say B minus A instead of A minus B. B minus A. You can see over here, when I did A minus B, it basically arranged the array into ascending order. Whereas when I did B minus A, it arranged the array into descending order. Okay. So what is happening over here? It's very simple to understand. See, when A is A and B is there, and when A is bigger than B, then this will return a positive number. Of that is very obvious. For example, if you do 4 minus 3, that gives you a positive number. So if A is bigger than B, then this will give positive number. So if A is bigger than B, it will give positive numbers. Then in that case, A will come after B. And that's what we want. Because if A is bigger than B, then then A should come after B. And that's why this is returning a positive number. So this will work fine. If A is smaller than B, then this will return a negative number, which means A will come before B because A is smaller than B. And that's how this arranged things into ascending order. Whereas if you see this, it arranged it into descending order because of that. Now, let's do one thing. Let's go and now use sort method to sort persons array by age. So age should be in ascending order. That's what I want to do. Now, see, this might sound weird that you are sorting an array with objects. But see, that's the thing. That's how flexible sort method is in JavaScript, that you can even do things like this. And see, it makes sense because you're sorting it by age, which makes a lot of sense. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt, right? And obviously sorting numbers is a very obvious thing, but let's try with the person's array. So here, what I will do, I will first of all print the person's array just to remember, make you remember the shape. As you can see over here, it's name and age. Now what I will do, I will just go and say persons dot to sorted. Now I want to make it an array ascending order, by the way. So I will use the first method where I subtract A with B. Okay. So I will just go and say here person A, person B, and then I will say person A dot age minus person B dot age. That will arrange this into ascending order. Let me show you. As you can see over here, this is now arranged into ascending order. Okay. Earlier the order was arbitrary. So yeah, that's how I can just go and use sort or toSorted function. Finally, let's talk about toString or string function. So see, toString is very easy. It's not a very big thing to understand. Basically, you have, let's say, the fruits array. Now you just go and say fruits dot string, toString, sorry, and that will give you this kind of thing. So you can see it's very similar to fruits dot join with actually just this. So you can see it's similar to fruits dot join. The only difference between these two things is that it accepts a separator, but doesn't accept a separator. That's the only difference. Okay. So, and then you have another way to convert array into string, which is using explicit conversion. That is also something you can do. So you can just go and say string fruits, and you can see that converted it again to this. Again, here also you can't pass separator. Custom separator supported only on this. But yeah, that's all about string and toString. So yeah, we discussed all the array methods. Finally, I want to talk about one important thing, which is chaining array methods. Okay. So basically, hopefully by now you understood that all these array methods are doing some kind of thing, right? Like one is doing something, one is doing something else. That's what is happening. Now, sometimes what you want is that you want to actually go and execute multiple array functions. That's what you want. So in that case, you can actually go and chain array methods. So for example, here, if I go here and show you this, so you can see this one, for example, instead of using flat map, which is obviously more efficient, I was trying to use this. Now, I don't recommend using this, but let's say if you want to use this, you can actually go and use it in a chain format. Here you can see I was storing the array inside an object and then inside a constant, and then I was using flat over that array on that constant. But I could directly go and apply flat because see, whatever this returns is an array. So you can just use flat on top of that. So basically you could do something like this directly. So I could just come here and say console log this you did, and then you said flat. That's it. That's what you can do because this returns you an array, and array has this flat function on top of it. Okay. And then let's take one more example here. For example, modifying and then printing. So let's say, let's just imagine that we have the person one. So actually, let's do filter, map, and for each together. Okay. So I want, first of all, this one, and then I will get, let's say, where's the map one? This one. I'll copy both of these. So what I want to do is that first of all, I want to filter out the person, out the persons who match this criteria. And then all those person, I will transform the object shape for all those person. And then I will finally use for each to print that. I know this is not the best thing over here. You can actually go and use reduce in this case to do this all in just one loop. And that is more efficient, obviously, but I'm just giving random examples. You might find more practical use cases when you are actually coding. Okay. So I will just first of all say persons dot filter, which is what I've said over here already. Then I will just apply dot map over here. Then I will just apply dot for each over here. And then here, I will just go and say person, and I will just say console log. Then I will just go and say person dot name. Hi, person dot name. Your age is person dot age. Actually, this should be person dot full name. And then that's it. So that's what I've done. Let me actually go and format this. You can see what I've done. I've filtered out, then I've mapped it, then I've for each it. Okay. Now I will just go and actually make this inside curly braces so that it is visible in Coca.js. Otherwise, there's some bug because of which it is not visible directly like this. But you can see once I do that, let me format it, and you can see here, this is the output. You can see over here, actually, this should be years old. Sorry for this. But you can see when I do that, you see, we get all the things properly. Okay. And we only get those people who were of age 18 or more. So yeah, that's the thing. That's how you can just go and uh, chain array methods and do the things. But again, just to make it very clear again, reduce over here would have been better because obviously you are chaining these methods, and if the array is large, then it will be inefficient because you're looping too much. So just remember that don't overuse this kind of technique. Okay. But yeah, that's it. That's all about array methods. That's all the array methods we need to cover. Now I know this was a very big part of arrays lecture, but now we have finally covered this. So yeah, let's talk about the next thing, which is destructuring syntax, rest syntax, and spread syntax, which is again very similar to what we had in objects. And actually, before we come to destructuring, there's one last thing that is left over here, which we'll need to talk about, and in the array method itself, which is holes and array methods. So as I said earlier while I was discussing about holes, I told you that array methods, each array methods behave in a different way with holes, and that is one of the things that you need to understand. So for example, here if you see, I have this thing open, this article open. I will attach the link of this in the description box below. But basically, if you see, each method has a different relation with holes. Let me actually do one thing. Let me create an array with holes. Okay. So I will just go and say this. Here I will create an array. Now I will just say 1, 2, 3. So you can see over here, that's what I did. Now, by the way, this I know might seem confusing to you that I basically added comma without giving a value, without giving any kind of value. So that is basically equivalent to creating holes. So just like we use array indexes to create holes, right? And just like we use new array and then entering the length of the array to create an array with holes. This is one of the way to create an array with holes. Okay. So basically there's like this one hole, this second hole, and this third hole over here. Okay. That's how basically we have done. Anyways, let's go and understand this. So over here, as you can see, some methods basically preserve the hole. For example, concat. So if I go and say, let's say I concat this array with another array. For example, I concat this with, let's say 1, 2. Let me actually make this 12, 43. So you can see over here, it basically preserved the holes. Now I know this might not look, this might not be visible properly because we are using Coca.js as I said. So let's actually use one thing. Let's actually do one thing. Let's use the browser runtime environment, or basically the browser console to do this. And you can see over there, it is basically empty, as you can see. So yeah, that's the thing. So it's basically not preserving the, it's basically preserving the holes. Okay. So that's concat, as you can see. Then if you see every, for example, so you can see every basically ignores. Okay. So concat is basically preserving. Let me just write it down. Whereas if you talk about the every, that is ignoring. So basically, I will just go back. So every is basically ignoring over here. What that means is that if I actually go and uh, like create an array, for example, they created this array over here, as you can see. Basically, this array didn't have array just had a hole and it has a, right? And then they checked and then they used every to check if all the elements have basically the are basically equal to a and return true, even though the first element is a whole, which is then not equal to anything. So you can see every is basically ignoring the whole. I can give a better example, for example, for each. So for each is a better example actually, so that I can show you by console log. So for each, I can just go and say array dot for each, and then I just, go and say element, and then I print that element. So if I show you here, you can see it is basically printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is not printing any kind of holes, and that is the thing. So for each is ignoring holes. Then there are some that basically, uh, if you see, they basically remove the holes. Okay. For example, let's see some better example. Okay, I think there's only one that removes the hole, which is filter. So filter removes the hole. Okay. So basically what is happening here, for example, if I say array dot filter, and then I basically go and return true directly. So in this case, every element basically should be added to the new array, because filter adds the element for which we return back true from the callback function. In this case, we always return true, which means every element should be added back to the new array. So if you see the array dot length in the basically if you see array dot length, you can see the array dot length was 10. But when I run filter over it, and I was expecting here that the array length should still be 10, because for each element, I basically return true. But in this case, if I check this, you can see it's an array of size 7. So obviously you can see that uh, it didn't like preserve whole or ignore whole. It basically removed the whole. Okay. Then if you see, let's see the next one. Uh, so I think we covered preserving, ignoring, and remove. Now I think the final one that is left is it all done? Oh yeah, there's one left, which is filled. So if you see fill method, basically that fills the holes. So filled, um, this is basically with fill. So fill method basically fills the hole with the value that you give to it. For example, if I say new array 8 dot fill 2, then you will see that it basically creates an array with 8 elements, each having 2. But if I directly did new array 8, then that will have given me array with 8 empty elements, but fill basically filled all those elements, empty elements. So yeah, that's the thing. That's, you can see how uh how different behavior is for each of these methods. So it's better to avoid holes, and that's the reason why I'm actually discussing about this. Also, one more thing which I forgot about was reduce, right? So we discussed about reduce, but we forgot to discuss about reduce, right? So as I said, reduce, right, basically goes and reduces from right side instead of reducing from the left hand side. Now that has one effect over here. Obviously, if you see, in case where you're passing initial value, it will basically start from the right hand side. That's one thing. But other than that, if you talk about the this part over here, so in this case, the initial accumulator will also change if you talk about without any initial value. So for example, here, if I use reduce right over here, obviously the thing will still be the same, like it will still return 56. But if you see here, the first accumulator here was 5, but here the first accumulator becomes 30. So instead of, so if, as I said, if if the initial value is not passed, it takes the first element as the um, accumulator value, and it starts from the second value. It starts looping from the second value. If I use reduce right over here, it is basically taking 30 as the value of accumulator. Basically, the last element is taken as value of accumulator, and last second element is basically taken is basically the element from which we start looping. So you can see over here, that's what it is happening. So accumulator 30 and last second element, it is starting the loop from there. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the difference between reduce right, especially when there's no initial value. Otherwise, reduce right, you know that it will start from the end till the start of the array. It will go on till that. So yeah, that's how it basically works. So that's all about array methods. Now let's finally talk about destructuring syntax. Now in objects lecture, we have already discussed about destructuring, rest syntax and spread syntax. So destructuring, rest syntax and spread syntax also applies to array, and it's very similar to what we already discussed in objects lecture. So please watch that lecture first to get a better understanding over here, because I will, in this video, I will be actually going through this in a little bit faster so that we don't waste time on explaining things, basic things again and again. But anyways, let's talk about it. So destructuring basically helps you to extract out items into individual variables and constants from an array. Items you can say, or elements you can say. Okay, that's what destructuring helps you to do. So, for example, let's see how we can destructure a single dimensional array. So I will take an array, for example, here, array 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what I can do, I can just go and destructure this. So for destructuring this, I can just go and say const array. So you can see while destructuring objects, we did something like this, but here we have to do something like this. Okay. Then what we can do is that we can just go and basically define the name here. So I will just say, for example, A, B, C, and D. So basically, this thing will create 4 constants A, B, C, and D, each of them storing the 4 values of the array respectively. So here, I can just go and print the values here. Console log A 1, B shows 2, C shows 3, and then D shows 4. So you can see that's how we can go and destructure a single dimensional array. Let's talk about destructuring a multi-dimensional array. So for example, we have, let's say, multi-dimensional array. We have 1, 2. So here, let me actually format this document first. Let's say I want to go, can I format it more? No. Anyways, let's say, let's say I want to get this value 4 over here. Okay. And I want to get 2, and then I also want to get 2, 3, 2, 4. So how I can do that? So it's very easy. I can just go and say const multi-dimensional array. Now here, I will just go and say, uh, I will just go and say A, B. So basically you can see what I'm doing. I'm getting A first, this one, B will get this one. Then here, instead of saying C over here, I will just directly say something like this. Now I got into this one. So here, this is the C. So I will say C over here, then D, then comes this part over here. So I will just go and say this, and then this comes. So E, F, and then comes this one which we wanted. So G. And then finally over here, we wanted this one as well. So that will come from here called H, and that's it. So we just need to print here B, we need to print G, and we need to print H, which gives us the value we wanted to extract. That's how you can go and basically, that's how you can basically go and destructure a multi-dimensional array. That's how easy it is. Okay. Now skipping items while destructuring. So here, if you see, we wanted B, we wanted G, we wanted H. Rest of the elements we didn't want it, but still we created a constant for them because we wanted these three elements. So is there a better way here? And the answer for this is yes, there is a better way. And by the way, this better way will obviously apply to single dimensional array as well. What I can just do here, I can just go and remove the name. I can just put the comma. So I just want to put the comma here, nothing else. I will remove the name from this. That means the element will be skipped, but the constant won't be created for that. Okay. And that's how you can see the result is still the same. I'll just format this document. But yeah, that's how you can just go and skip items while destructuring, which is a very important thing sometimes, as you can see over here. Now, destructuring item that doesn't exist. So if you remember, we destructured an item in an object which didn't exist. In that case, it basically resulted to undefined. And that's the exact same thing that will happen over here. It won't result in an error. It will just result to undefined. Let me go and get all this, and I will just go and get it here. Now I will just get E and F as well. Now, if I go and print E and F, you will see it will be undefined as we just discussed. So yeah, that's the thing. Destructuring item that doesn't exist. Next, destructuring in function parameter. So just like we can destructure an object in function parameter, we can do the same with array as well. What that means is that I can just do something like this. There's a function, let's say const fn, which accepts an array and then basically goes and returns, or basically console logs, let's say hi. Now this I will destructure a, b and c, and I will just print the a, b and c here. A, b and c. Okay, so basically this you can think about as a names array. Okay, introduce multiple person. Okay, and then what we do, we just go and say introduce multiple person, and then I just pass the array here. So Tushar, um, Joe, and let's say Ajay. You can see over here. That's how it basically did it. So yeah, you can destructure in function parameters as well. Then finally, default value to destructure item. So sometimes the item doesn't exist. In that case, you can actually give destructure item a default value. For example, E and F didn't exist because there were just 4 elements. But I can just give it a default value. For example, F, I gave a default value of 10. So if F exists, then it will basically use that value that is there inside the array. Otherwise, if F doesn't exist, basically if that element doesn't exist and you destructured it, then in that case it will use a default value. Okay. If you don't provide default value, it will just print undefined, as you can see over here. So yeah, that's all about destructuring. That's how you can destructure an array. Now let's talk about REST syntax. So REST syntax is basically for extracting out remaining items during destructuring of an array. For example, let me actually get the, or let me just create it again. So I will just say const, and I will say here array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here, for example, I just destructured A and B, which I can basically go and print over here. As you can see, so A and B I destructured. But what about the rest of the elements? For the rest of the elements, I can actually do something like this. What this means is that all the elements left inside the array will now become part of a new array, which will be stored inside constant C, as you can see over here. That's what REST syntax helps you do. So it is useful for extracting out remaining items due to destructure of an array as an array itself. So here it is useful for extracting these elements into a separate array. That's how you can see you can use destructure. You can use REST syntax. Now you can do the same on multidimensional array as well. Uh, Let me just get the destructuring syntax over here, and I will go and copy the multi-dimensional array. So I can just, over here, if you see, I can get the rest of the things in I, for example, and then rest of the things over here in J, for example. So I will have this array in an array, and J will have this item in an array. I hope that makes sense. So this will basically go and say I and J. You can see that's what happened. So yeah, that's how you can use this on multi-dimensional array as well. It's pretty easy. You can use it on single dimensional, multi-dimensional in the same way. Finally, let's talk about rest after destructuring all items. So if we destructured all items, what will happen in that case? What will be there in the array created by rest syntax in that case? So first of all, as we studied in objects, it will not cause an error. Just like in objects, we got an empty object while applying rest syntax after destructuring all the items. In the same way, we will get an empty array in this case. So if I go and say A, B, C, D, and then I said over here E, so you can see A, B, C, and D has values uh, for all the array items. Actually, I think I will remove this so that there's no value left. Now E will have empty array, as you can see. So yeah, that's how you can see if you restructure after all the items have, like if you use rest syntax after restructuring all the items, that's what will happen. That's all about rest syntax. Now finally, let's talk about spread syntax. So spread syntax is basically for extracting out items of an array into another array. Okay. For example, I have array 1 with these values 1, 2, 3, 4. I have array 2 with these values. Now I have array 3, which I'm creating right now. Now this has, let's say, 9, 10, 11, and then it has 12, and then it has 14. Now I will go and print array 3 over here. As you can see, it has all these elements which we just added. Now what if I want to add items of array 1 into array 3? In that case, I can simply go and say anywhere, like for example, I want to add it after 11. So I can just go and say array 1 like this. So you see, I set 3 dots over here, and then I wrote the array name, and that's it. That's how you can see you can spread items of an array into another array, as you can see over here. Okay. And in the same way, you can spread another array. For example, I want to spread array 2 after 14. So I can just do something like this, and that will just work. So you can see I can spread multiple arrays into a single array. Okay. This is something which I would have covered in spreading multiple arrays, but no worries. That's how you can actually go and use the spread syntax. Now let's talk about multidimensional arrays. So how it works in how spread syntax works there. So it's easy. It's basically the same. I will just copy this array. I will paste it over here. I'll have array 1, or actually let's make it multidimensional array 2. Let's create a multidimensional array 1. Okay. And then what I will do, I will just go and say 1, 2, 56, 6, and this over here. Let's say this. Okay. So that's the multidimensional array 1, which I want to spread in multidimensional array 2. So I can simply go and write this kind of stuff anywhere inside that array. At any level, I can write this kind of stuff to actually spread it. For example, if I want to spread multidimensional array 1 into multidimensional array 2, this array, if I want to spread inside this, then I can just go and say this over here. And that's how I can just spread it. So now if I just go and print the value of multidimensional array 2, you will see it basically gets that thing. Okay. And by the way, you can see it is not printing the whole array because this has become very deep. But yeah, that's how you can see it. Basically, you can basically spread a multi-dimensional array into another multi-dimensional array. Okay. Now, finally, let's see this as well. No items are remaining. So what will happen if no items are remaining in the array that you are spreading? Okay. So what will happen in that case? So let's take an example here. For example, this one, I will go and print it over here. Now let's say if array 2 was empty, what will happen in that case? Will it result to any error? The answer is obvious no. If the array is empty, then it will not spread anything into the final array. And that's the thing. That's how easy it is. That's what actually happened in objects case as well. If you spread an empty object into another object, then it will just not uh, add any properties into that object. The same happens over here. If I empty this array 2, then you can see those values after 14 are gone because this doesn't spread any value. So it will just be like this. It will not cause any error. Finally, we talked about this already. Next, spreading undefined and null and string. So if you remember in objects lecture, when we're talking about spread syntax, I told you that you can actually go and spread undefined and null. Okay. Can you do the same with array here? Let's check it. So if I go and say this, now I go and say here, undefined. You can see when I do this, it basically gives me an error that uh, undefined is not iterable, which makes a lot of sense. And that's the thing. So basically, undefined is not iterable means that you cannot iterate, you cannot loop over undefined. Because you cannot loop over undefined, you cannot spread that into the array. That's the rule. You can only spread a thing in an array when it is iterable. So basically, undefined and null are obviously not iterable. And so you can't add these in, you can't spread these into an array. Just like you were able to do this in an object. You can't do that. And so basically, that is not possible. But as I said, if there's any iterator, then you can go and spread that iterator in that array. For example, we already talked about this, that string is also an iterator, which means you can spread a string inside this array. So you can do something like this over here. And you can see when I do this, the string gets splitted into characters and it is added into the array. Okay. The same I can do over here as well. For example, Tushar, and I just did this and you can see it basically, actually I should spread this as well. And you can see that will go and spread the characters in that array. So yeah, not possible with these two because these are not iterators. That's all about spread syntax over here. So yeah, that's all about arrays in JavaScript. We have discussed a lot here and I don't think there's anything else left to discuss other than one or two topics that are there, which we'll discuss later on. For now, I think that concludes the array lecture. If you have any questions, you can ask that in the comment section below. And I will see you in the next one. Bye.